How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to another Westerosi weekend. We are coming at you live with a sea of spears, with all of the grandkids of House Nymerian hanging out in Highgarden, where we are whiling away a pre-wedding week, which is going to culminate in uh, the
Fuck. Oh wait.
heir. Well, yeah, I mean, eventually, but the heir to House Nymerian and the heir to House Tyrell are going to intertwine their bodies, souls, and lives in front of all of you. You've got to watch. You've got the blood of old Valyria. You're contractually obligated to make those assist rolls in the initial fornicate
Um,
mechanics.
blocked. Blocked.
It's like, no,
Are we using the optional fornication rules, or I thought we
Yeah.
weren't using those?
Um, so we are whiling away the pre-wedding week uh, with some
Socializing.
casual socialized engagements that the Lady Olena has meticulously arranged ahead of time for everybody, with prepared outfits and guest lists for each event, etc., etc., etc. Yesterday was an eventful day, spent on a pleasure barge, idling down the River Mander, having drinks and finger foods and gossiping and chatting with people, and that ended with some rather momentous news coming from quote unquote Uncle Oberyn or Doran, Prince Doran Martell, the Prince of Dorne.
Via uncle.
Yes,
All right.
he sent a letter that was intercepted and read by your drunken Valerian or Valerian. Sorry, you've got to adjust the pronunciation
Valerian.
slightly to go to the house from the
Valerian.
yes. Um, so in it was announced, and then everybody was kind of able to, wrap up the pleasure barge with even more cheering and good mood and stuff. That um, the heir to House Nymerian, Rhaena, is going to be and is officially in charge of reallocating lands from the false Lord Anders Ironwood. And all told, about 60% of his land is going to neighbors. It's being parceled out to House Manwoody, partially to make up for them being attacked. And then some is going to House Manwoody specifically for Sir Miles Manwoody, the brother of the Lord,
The one we
the one that
rescued
was
from the
yeah,
top
one
of
was
the tower.
captured and you guys rescued him and stuff. He has been made a landed knight and is going to retake Vulture's Roost, and see to it being kind of cleaned out and rebuilded and stuff. And he is taking one of the Fowler twins as a wife. Um, and then some of the land is going to House Fowler to kind of make up for that. And they might give some of that land to him as a dowry. And some's going to House Jourdain for helping out. And so land's getting divvied up, but 40% of the land and the keep are going to Sir Garrus, who is now Lord Garrus Waterstone of the renamed Castle Stonewell.
How much?
And he is your bannerman now, officially. So that gives you guys a straight up lord that is beneath the Warden of the Stoneway. And then there was a bit of news to the north end of the Stoneway too. I don't remember. It was something to do with some girl getting some
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, something like a spooky castle involved.
Yeah. Which is to say that the Lady Bela Swan is now the landed knight of Castle Will. Which is to say, also in the coming days, you can probably try to rename. If you want, you could probably talk Balin into it. If you guys wanted to go by Will, you could. Now would be the time to like adopt the place name as your own if you wanted, or you could, kind of rename the lands, that would probably be a more difficult sell to your people. But you could tweak some of those names a little bit. But yes, Bela and her husband, Sir Balin Swan, uh, and their heirs into perpetuity, um, now run House Will. And Bela is now a sworn bannerman to House Nymerian. So that's officially the Will lands have been branched off into their own thing, but under Bela's control, and she is now going to be a sworn knight to, for lack of a better term, because she's the landowner still. She's not knighted by a septon and all that, but she's got that rank. Um, so yeah, some pretty big news. The Stoneway is all officially under the purview of the Blood Royal and House Nymerian. Um, but that is all settled, and
Prince
Reyna
Doran
will
said
be.
so.
What's that?
Said Prince Doran said so.
Yeah. And partially that's because there is no better blood claim than you lot for the Will lands. Um, but they chose to give it to Bela because of the work that she had done stewarding it and cleansing it. They're like, Reyna's already getting the lands, and she's gonna be like sworn to Reyna like already. So whatever, we don't need to make it Reyna's thing. Too, Bela did her share, and she deserves it.
She does
And I
deserve it.
believe, as he said, quote, your sister has earned this honor. So yeah, so that's pretty cool. And then also, by official order of the Prince of Dorne, uh, Reyna has to go on some long romantic rides through the Red Mountains with her husband. So that's their honeymoon, is going riding around in the Red Mountains to officially survey the land and set those markers, um, and have a good time doing that. So some pretty big news, and that should be good time for everybody. So there will be at the end of this arc, for the record, we're going to be getting some stat modifiers and some house uh, statistic modifiers and stuff. I'm just going to wait and give all of it at the end to kind of make it feel more impressive and to cut down on bookkeeping in the middle of stuff. But yeah, some of this is going to translate to changes in some attributes and some house attributes and stuff.
Yeah, I also imagine we don't exactly need to worry about that in the middle of all of this anyhow.
Right.
So
Yeah, so it'll come up later on.
Right now, we just get to
but-
be all like,
right? Yeah, you just get to enjoy. So today's plan is to go hawking. There is a separate event tomorrow that is the hunt, and there's a separate event after the hunt that is a ride with the ladies. But for the most part, today's hawking event is assumed to be a bit of a ride with the ladies to do a little hunting. Because you may recall in a prior arc for Adam Nymerian's name day tourney, which was about 2 years ago and until about a year ago. It took us a while. But there was some fun hawking rolls made with a few of your guests. Jana Fossaway, now Tyrell, Mary Crane, Desmera Redwine, and young Alicane Bulwer. They were all thrilled to go hawking. Your betrothed, Reyna, Willis Tyrell, gave you some cheat codes for like what the strengths and weaknesses of their hawks were,
Right.
so you could
Play it either way.
Which type defeats what type?
yeah. So you could kind of look cool and beat them at some impromptu little races and just having a good time with the ladies. So the assumption is that Jana Fossaway is coming along, Mary Crane, Desmere Redwine, Alicane Bulwer. Other than that, it is up to you lot for who to invite, but you want to keep in mind who it might be rude not to invite if you're inviting them. Right? Like Marjorie Tyrell, for instance.
Yeah,
It
Marjorie's
would be
top of the list.
bad to invite all of her best friends and cousins and, and be like, no, not her. She's ugly. I don't like her smile. It's all crooked.
Does she
And
have
like
like
leave
a personal sigil?
no.
Okay.
She is a girl child in not Dorn. They kind of don't get that. Because it's known that she's not going to keep it. Right? Like she's going to wed someone and take up their sigil. And then maybe her son will honor her by like quartering his sigil and including hers or whatever. But yeah, like remember that it's a weirdly temporary thing for girl children outside of Dorne. They are expected to stay loyal to their family, but they're expected to then transfer like 90% of that loyalty to someone else as soon as they are bleeding from the vajayjay.
It's a little gross. Thanks.
So artfully put.
Right?
Westerosi romance.
They have a way of just making it so romantic.
Yeah.
They do.
So, yeah, who would you lot like to take hawking? And actually, let's just do it like we did last time with what are you wearing to go hawking? If you want, or if you've got a picture to describe it instead of describing it, it's fine. And who do you see? Like who's hanging out while you guys are going for this ride?
Before we head out, I need to give Raina a gift. A little premature.
Okay. Velena
Okay.
warned us that happens to you sometimes.
It's quite
Well,
common.
it's quite common. We're under this kind of stress. I will find her somewhere, hunt her
Like
down,
privately,
track
or
her
like while we're all
down.
milling about to get on horses and ride away?
Like more privately, I suppose.
Okay.
We'll have something in my arm wrapped in a like cloth. Raina,
Luke.
I have something for you. I wasn't gonna give it to you later, but they want to make a whole bit about this. So, I understand your to-be husband is a fan of this sport.
He is.
He may have something like this already planned for you, but I had a custom hawking glove made for you with your sigil on it. And I threw his sigil somewhere on there too. I was up to a leather worker.
Oh,
Please
right.
Please take it from me as a
I'm
gift.
just jerking. Why have to take it like that? Just unwrap it.
I'm just imagining a sort of Thanos glove with like dual knuckles.
Yeah, I don't. I couldn't find like a good like way to model how it would look, but it's probably fairly fancy. And let me know if you don't like it. We'll have to hire a face spin to kill the leather maker. Since we're not allowed back in Lannisport, I imagine.
Oh, this is amazing, Lucaris. I love it. Thank you.
Hopefully it will prove useful.
Well, we'll find out today.
Not about giving you a hawk or a horse thing, but I think your husband knows more about that than I do. So.
And we brought birds and horses as well from Dorne.
Yeah, some of your stuff was came cross country, the more direct route with grandfather, and also you got stuff
as gifts.
So Luke's gonna be wearing this a house named Marion version of more or less what I'm gonna toss the chat real quick here, so you can share it.
Ooh.
Just kind of like a casual shirt and deal with his sword. Obviously, the house sigil.
Yeah.
Not a treasonous one. Ha 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 ha.
Sorry, I'm working on it.
Sorry.
But yeah, didn't mean to do it with the flow. I just wanted that to happen first.
What's with that sexy fantasy armor?
Luke is not wearing that armor. I don't think it will quite fit him. Shoulder a little more broad.
All right, it'll come up in the rotation.
All right, so it's in play.
Yeah.
So you guys can see the picture that we're talking about.
All right, I will step back into the shadows and let you do your thing, Rusty. Sorry.
Like Batman.
It's you guys.
No.
So, who wants to describe their outfit and who they see. And again, this isn't you guys formally inviting and uninviting people. There's assumed that there are other parties of people going out for nice hawking rides and stuff. This is just who do you guys want to interact with on the day, basically, is what these roles are, or these selections are.
Yeah, Erica?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of who I want to interact with.
Oh, right. Okay, like, I thought you were in pain there.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
it's close to being in pain.
She's like, people, I hate them so.
Well, partially it's wait, who can I even ask, and then who do I want to talk to? That would be interesting. So it's like
Gotcha.
a multi-step.
Well, I mean, like for the barge thing, like I didn't really get to like interact much with the person I picked. It doesn't mean you need to like single them out or anything. They can just be someone who you think would be about.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not obliged to then roleplay with the person. It can just be who you think is interesting to come along, or whatever. Who you think somebody else might want to interact with, or
Yeah, feel free to throw somebody else under the bus.
whatever you guys want to do. Let's start with Raina. Do you have a fancy pantsy outfit to describe, and who is coming with?
Her fancy pants outfit is it's like a version of, I can't remember how to say it, like a salwar or sanwar. It's a long pants basically that are flowing like a skirt when you're standing still, so they're like culottes that way. Not culottes.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I was about to say hammer pants.
Lord MC Hammer is a respected figure.
Very
Lord
respected.
Yeah, it's Mick Hammer. He's from the north.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hammer.
Remember his house words. You
Yeah.
can't touch this.
You can't touch this.
You cannot touch this.
Can't touch this.
Untouchable.
And over that is a tunic with like embroidery, and the pants are like a sage color, like a sage green, and
Okay.
so is like a small undershirt underneath the tunic, because the tunic actually buttons all the way up the front, so I don't know if you call it a tunic. But it cuts away at the waist, so it's not like all the way down to like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's lovely. It's when you're standing still, you look like you're wearing a pretty little dress, but when you get up on the horse, you can actually ride like a person instead of all side saddle.
Okay.
Because side saddle scares me as a person who's actually ridden a horse. But I only learned how to ride the Western style, so
Yeah.
yeah. But we definitely okay, the only picture I can find of this, there we go, has this is very simple. There you go. With the color, instead of it being that gold, it's sage, with the darker, and then like a minty color in the top, with the buttons.
Oh, that's nice.
The buttons are like in wine, and see that I love that style,
See, looks neat. In my head, in the house colors.
Yeah. And that's actually probably the most sleeves that she's worn outside of armor in a long time.
Probably is. They're pretty long sleeves.
Yeah, and but that's because birds have claws. and even though you do have I have a lovely glove now, but still, shit happens. Birds can miss. And then she has like very slim cut boots underneath that, because sandals aren't comfortable for riding either.
Okay.
And
It's in the rotation now.
thank you. And then we also have Like her hair is very simple today, uh, just pulled back away from her face so she can see, and um, and held at the back with just a single, uh, like a barrette. I don't know what they call them here, but
But yeah,
like my
just a
claw. But
fairly simple little thing. Gotcha.
and no jewelry because again, shit happens when you're out dealing with animals, and I don't want anything getting damaged. But I have a brand new hawking glove.
All
with
right.
that's it. Oh, a person. Um. Well, I mean, Marjorie should be coming on this,
Okay.
I assume, and maybe yeah. I mean, Willis. This is
Yeah,
where he
Willis is a
shines.
given. You don't get to use Willis as a cop out. You don't get to go, I guess I'll bring Willis. No, he's coming. Um, all right, so you're gonna just kind of punt and go with Willis and Marjorie for now.
Well, I kind of feel like I have to. She's gonna
Okay,
be my
well,
sister-in-law.
we'll see who else might pop into your head later as somebody fun to invite. Then let's go from elder sister to younger twin. Bela, is your outfit? I think did we already see the image in the rotation?
Yeah, so we've seen it cycle through a few times on the rotation. It'll come back in a few minutes, probably when I get finished talking. Uh, but she's wearing something a little bit more form-fitting for hawking, um, partially for horse riding, but then also for being on foot as well. So it kind of like starts with as close as you might be able to get to leggings in fantasy settings. So just kind of like a thin cloth for like pants, but she's wearing like tall riding boots that go like up to her knees. The boots are a nice deep red for house colors, but it has some metal bits at the top and on the shoe portion that are silver and metal to give it some accents. The body is kind of leather, but also fabric as
So
well. Um, and it's pretty form fitting, but provides enough movement. And the picture has some really fancy like things coming off of the shoulders, which I probably can't exist in this setting since it's not magic. But
right.
but there's also like some arm wrappings and some bracers that will protect my forearms from the birds, and a nice simple like circlet around my head to keep my hair back.
Nice. Who do you see assembling in the yard and preparing to ride out with you?
I was thinking Allison Mormont would be a fun character to come hawking.
Okay.
I love Allison.
She does not have a hawk. She is bearing a spear, and her squire, of course, young Robert Frey, has a few backup spears, kind of awkwardly lashed to his saddle, and he's got his little bow, and is ready to go. But yeah, looks a little disappointed at not having a hawk or knowing how to use one. But yeah, Alice just kind of heard something like hunting, and is looking ready to go. She is wearing fairly light and practical garb, just browns and grays, simple trousers, and a sturdy leather vest with a few metal studs in it. But she has on her northern cloak. So she is representing the house colors again, and it's got that shaggy, bare stuff around the shoulders that make her look even broader and burlier, which is not necessary given most of her current company, since about half of your party is delicate reach maidens. So she looks just positively ferocious and like she's going on the wrong hunting trip, and she kind of is, but she's just out to go for a ride and have a good time. And yeah, and she's already passing a wineskin over to Sir Balin, who takes a polite drink and then hands it back because it is barely dawn. He's not gonna get completely soused this early in the trip.
It is
But
barely dawn.
yeah, but so she gravitated to the next burliest person, so she doesn't look quite comically out of place. Um, so Ash had to step away for a minute. So, oh, never mind. Is he? Everything good, Ash?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, all right, good, good, good. So let's go, Robert. We've already got your outfit.
Yes.
Who else does Lucaris spot as everyone's gathering in the courtyard and getting ready to go out riding?
Well, obviously, which doesn't count his future wife will be there, but he'll look across and, to possibly everyone's disdain, find Uncle Orin Waters.
Dang it! Why?
Why?
Why would you do this to us?
Because I like to
Why?
cause chaos.
Entertainment.
Chaos.
And Luke will be finishing off his pre-dawn wineskin.
Yep.
Oh my
Uh,
Oh,
god.
that's why. Okay.
You have to drink it before Uncle Waters gets it. Uncle Orin will take it.
Uh,
So,
and
so tempted to like add Loris for revenge, just because you did that to us.
Oh no.
so Uncle Orain is trotting very uncomfortably over towards Alisane. With it is book to book to, right, like he's like a half step out of pace with the pace of the horse, so he is bouncing uncomfortably in the saddle, looking awful. He's a little green around the gills, which could just be his natural hangover state, um, or it could just be that he's already uncomfortable in the saddle. He is grabbing the like the saddle horn with one hand, and the other is like plaintively reaching out, trying to get the wineskin, and he just goes right off screen again. Like he misses the handoff with Alisane.
That's
His horse
why.
just keeps awkwardly
That's
going.
why, Orin.
Yeah, and he is at home on the seas, not on a horse, and he is on a gentle old palfrey from the Tyrell stables, but he is not comfortable and at home in the saddle.
Oh, I do want to say I have the like rental bowling shoe equivalent of the hockey glove.
Okay, yeah, and they have slips, and uh, they are well used. They did not make a bunch of brand new hawking gloves. They are a people that embrace this sport, much like jousting. It's warfare adjacent, right? It's a step removed and is in the realm of sport, and they have very well used hawking gloves that have been used by kings and princes and all that good stuff. They they make sure that sort of thing happens. So all right, and yeah, Totem, thanks for the cheers. Is it cheers or bits?
Bits.
Whatever. Anyways,
Yes.
I always forget which is which. All the Twitch currencies blur together in my head, but it's appreciated. And like Erica mentioned, you get to give a destiny point to a character of your choice. And let's round out this hawking party with young Adam Nymerian, bringing up the tail end of the hawking party. What's your outfit, and who do you see riding with you, lot?
So, just want to check, like, in terms of the choosing who is with us. Do I like not count someone who is obviously going to be there?
Who is it?
Like, I feel like Lady Alison Bulwer is like going to be
Yeah.
there anyway, so I feel I
Yeah.
should pick someone who isn't obviously going to be there.
Correct. Yeah, she's already on the list. I just wanted to make sure she was already on the list, and we didn't have different ideas of who was obviously going to be there. So yeah,
No, because you mentioned earlier, like they were sort
Yep.
of automatically invited after
Yeah.
last time. Cool. Okay, so Adam's outfit, I dropped a picture spontaneously and have forgone my usual description, so I'm just going to describe the picture. So it's a kind of blue-grey outfit for the most part, like a sort of mid-calf length, kind of dark grey-blue tunic with like gold embroidery on the sides, and it's got a kind of layered sort of wraparound sort of thing going up to a kind of high collar, and like grey breeches and high black boots, and a long kind of bluish cloak, but the inside of the cloak is like really dark red. So just like a little pop of contrasting color, and it's all kind of embroidered in gold with a sort of like briar like detail on it. Kind of yeah, sort of like with like a kind of the embroidery kind of going along the epaulets of the cloak and down the sides and stuff. So and like with a kind of elaborate sword belt. So he's got his bastard sword on today, and yeah, like kind of gold, like kind of because the outfit's already quite elaborate. He's kept it simple with jewelry, just like a gold chain with like a sapphire set in it, and like his usual hawking glove, which is kind of black leather with like Nymerian wyverns embroidered along the cuff. He has brought his own hawk, Cloud Chaser, who is a white hawk with black flecks on its feathers, and he's on his palfrey he was given for his name day, Prince Darren. So like this very kind of out of a like a Renaissance fantasy tapestry white horse, like the kind you'd sort of find on a very kind of romantic night picture. So yeah, very much looking the part.
And who does Adam happen to notice preparing to go a riding?
I think Adam happens to notice that Ned is there. Unsure whether or not it is against his will or not.
All right, we will toss in Lord Beric Dondarrion for free.
Woo!
Because he goes with Ned.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
So yeah, Lord Beric Dondarrion is preparing to go. He looks dashing in the saddle as always, leaning into the darker side of the color scheme of his house. Ned is kind of going over the extra stuff lashed to his saddle because he's bringing his stuff and Lord Beric's stuff and is making sure everything is ready to go. And Lord Beric kind of goes trotting up to Willis Tyrell to chat a bit, probably about the breeding of his horse. You could hear half of a joke of, a sort of, if you beat me on the race today, it's your own fault, Tyrell. You bred the horse for me, right? That type of, casual jest betwixt peers. Willis himself is in a kind of subdued Tyrell green and gold outfit, in that it's a little bit darker shade of green. So it looks almost rangery instead of fancy, but it's not like scruffy leathers or whatever. It's still all very finely, crafted and woven, and it's like billowy green sleeves that look extra billowy because they're then like lashed down by a falconer's glove, and that sort of thing. But like a tight vest keeping the shirt in close, so like the sleeves just look super like puffy and flowy, contrasted to everything else. And he's in just like a half cape, and the half cape is just like a dark Tyrell green on the outside, with like darker green vines embroidered on it in like a pattern, but the interior of the cloak is gold rose on gold rose on gold rose, like the inside of a suit or whatever. It's got like the silk lining with this really bright pattern.
Yeah.
That's like the interior of his cloak, or his half cape,
All right,
is
you
the
guys. There's
rose
my
on
type.
rose on rose,
There's my type.
so that every time he throws his arm in the air for his hawk, everything suddenly flashes gold, and he looks all fancy pantsy. So he's
Apparently,
looking.
fancy cloaks
And
are my
I'm taking
friend.
mental notes there.
Yes, the contrast. Um, Willis is atop a very fine courser that he blushes a little wryly and self-deprecatingly. He says, "I named him Thunder. It was just before my first joust, but he's a good old boy, and I'm glad I can still ride him. He came through the tilt better than I did, and yeah, it's very much the name that like a 13-year-old would give his cool warhorse,
For
um,
sure.
and it's not like
Dark Trotter.
yeah." um, and then he introduces, he kind of waves in his soon-to-be cousin, Alan Ambrose, rides up with his little, his caged bird, and Willis gives a wry little smile. And this, and he points to the dusk hawk, hooded and getting ready to be transferred over to his arm, is Loris, who is swift and certain and steals the food from the smaller birds every chance he gets. So he's a bit proud, but he is the finest talons I have. I hope this is all impressive. He raises his voice just a bit for you, which does get him a bit of a giggle from Marjorie Tyrell, who is the center of this universe with Mary Crane, Desmera Redwine, Alicane Bulwer, and Alla, Eleanor, and Mega Tyrell, who are all out. The three youngest, or the Tyrell girls, Alla, Eleanor, and Mega, look a little less comfortable in the saddle and a little more just excited to be here, right? But clearly, Jana, Meredith, Desmera, and Alicane are looking for payback, right? They're looking to come and make up for not winning at Hawking last time. And it's turned into a bit of a contest for those four that took part in some hawking in the Red Mountains of Dorne. So to them, it's a little bit more of a competition, um, and less of a just a it's also a pleasant day out. Don't get me wrong, but you can tell that they've been kind of egging each other on a bit in the meantime and talking about, well, next time I'm going to blah blah blah, right? So they're taking it a little more seriously. Yes, Ash.
Yeah, things just come up in the Discord chat,
Oh,
like
what I miss?
the where like the Westerlings and the Lannister girls that we brought with us, are they on the obviously invited list, or did we need to invite them separately?
You will need to invite them to your specific, or not invite, but include them. They are not on the outs from the rest of the wedding party stuff. Like they're not being ostracized. They're just not auto includes to travel with you lot unless you want them to be. Does
Okay,
that make sense? Like,
yeah, I had assumed that they were like auto invited, so if that affects, I
okay. If you
Uh,
guys, yeah,
my
Yeah.
choice.
no, we're not changing any choices. It's fine. You're allowed to invite extra people.
I'll make
Uh,
sure they receive an invitation. I owe them that.
Yeah. Well, and again, people are still doing things without you guys. Just for the record, nobody is not getting to do anything
What?
today
What?
because they're not with you guys. There are other parties that are going out hawking with, their own dashing hosts and stuff. It's just a matter of who do you guys think you might want to interact with. So, who are we wanting here? Davin Lannister, Serena Lannister, the Westerling girls?
The
Is that like,
Westerling girls, I would like to see them interacting with this Tyrell bunch.
Yeah, I will go out of my way to make sure they are invited to our party because I feel like
Yeah.
I owe them still.
okay? So Davin, Serena Lannister, and Jane and Elena Westerling.
Did we have
Uh,
Martin with?
I forgot Lannisters come with them.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll still do it.
Yeah, and Martin is squiring, so he is
Yeah.
he is in the field, uh, much like um, Alan Ambrose, and nominally little Robert and Edric Dane. They are all technically here as squires, more than as their own guests, right? But yeah, they're hanging out. Alan Ambrose happens to be mostly squiring for whoever is closest to Eleanor Tyrell, right? Like he just happens kind of be following her around all day, and that sort of thing. But yeah, so all right, you lot are then all assembled, and a couple of the squires are officially in charge of making sure everyone's ready to go and everyone is all set.
Um,
Mhm.
my courser is the one that I've had since the beginning. Or did I have a sand steed? I had a sand steed. This is my sand steed. Okay.
Okay. Um, all right then. Off we will go. And it is absolutely absurdly gorgeous countryside. We're talking Disney cartoon, not a haunted forest type of woodlands, right? And yeah, it's just everything is just about storybook perfect, and some of that is by very meticulous and careful design, where
Of course.
they've got game wardens and they've got all kinds of stuff that make sure um, that there are comfortable enough paths and trails, and that there's undergrowth enough to encourage small game, and there's um, are all natural mushrooms called truffles? Anyways, the woods have truffles growing in them to encourage plenty of pigs to be living in the woods for tomorrow's hunting trips, and like it's all just very very
Curated.
uh, yeah, very very perfect hawking territory, and you're able to very easily go riding from lightly wooded areas to larger, clearer fields, uh, with plenty of rabbit, and yeah, it's just gorgeous stuff. So yeah, and you lot are free to mingle as you wish, um, and yeah, what are we doing? Do we want to dive in with a couple of rolls to set the tone early?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's.
Yeah, I think
All
like
right.
Adam would certainly have the kind of the agenda of wanting to kind of look good in front of Willis, particularly.
Okay. Gonna steal your sister's man. Gotcha. It's a proud Valyrian tradition.
No, not like that.
Um, so all right, let's get out our survival dice with the hunt specialty.
I hoped it was Hannibal handling.
Me too.
Like,
Two.
Willis is way too emotionally available for Adam.
Um, and if you've got a favorite named hunting hawk, you get to roll and keep one die for having a burb.
I love you, Rental Hawk 4.
I have a burp.
Oh no. I never
Right,
bothered.
We require that
Remember
emotional
to-
investment.
I'll call him Little Loris.
Feathery boy. Right. So, oh, you should call it goose because it's a different kind of bird, whimsical like. Anyway, what was it?
Yeah, it's gonna be survival with the hunting specialty, and roll and keep plus one die if you've got a cool bird that you name and lovingly describe. Marjorie Tyrell, for instance, causes a moment's confusion as she calls out Alisane. And then
It's like 3 Alisans.
and then she blushes prettily as Alisane Mormont and Alison Bulwer both turn her legs. She goes, "Oh, sorry, mine is Good Queen Alisane, who is generally regarded as like the gentlest and most generous of all the Targaryen queens." So Marjorie's bird is just this fantastic, uh, looking beast that is its whole like underbelly and stuff is all stark white. So it's this almost Targaryen colored uh, bit of feathers that gives it this silvery white look. Um, so yeah, and then like I said, Willis
Well,
as Loris, his and his bird is pretty scrappy. It goes to pick a fight for a moment with Desmere Redwine's goshawk ox, and the two of them both end up missing the bird that they were supposed to be going after. There's some lesson in there for Westerosi politics, but I'm not sure what it is. And then, of course, don't forget that young Alicent Bulwer herself has a small but fierce kestrel named Olenna, because it is as graceful as it is sharp.
And though she be small, she may be but little, but she is fierce.
Yeah. So, all right. So, what kind of totals are we looking at? Felicia, did you roll when you got back?
What was I supposed to be rolling?
Survival with the hunt specialty and +1 die if you've got a named burb that is helping you with your hawking. So let's go youngest to oldest then, since Felicia was busy going to the bathroom. So Adam, what is your total looking like?
I got 14 total.
I just threw
What?
my dice all over the floor. Just
Yeah, I heard that.
so disrespectful.
All right.
So
Did you get to roll and keep an extra die for your burb?
I did, yes. That's including that.
What's your burb's name?
Cloud Chaser.
Right, there we go. Just want to make sure everybody gets it.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Like I described it earlier, as a snowy, a northern snowy hawk with like black
Right.
flecks on his wings,
That's right.
and is probably easily distractible. Like gets a bit distracted with the flying and doesn't always like go for what he's supposed to.
Go focusing. It's like Chucky. Fuck you, flying's cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. All right, Luke, what's your total?
Despite my deep emotional bond with my Wrinkle Hawk Loris 3, I got an 8. I rolled a 6 on one die and a 2 on the other.
All right. Bela, how are things looking?
I have a 4.
Oh wow!
Nice. Killing
That
it.
Loris 4 sure is.
That's on 3
It's-
dice.
I mean, it's a shame you can't go hawking with a spear. You'd be absolutely
Yeah,
killing
that's
it.
that is a shame.
it's tough.
Launch your spear at a sparrow.
Yeah. And Reyna, did you regather your stuff and make a roll?
Yeah, I rolled a die. 'Cause I don't have a named hawk. And
All right, you got it. You got about a 1 in 3 chance of beating Bela.
I rolled a 6.
Oh,
Uh,
you did.
that's
All
like my
right.
total. That's
Like,
the best
take-
I can ever do with this because I have to
take-
die.
All right. Well, yes. None of you are left looking the absolute worst, and that's partially because Alicent Mormont is trying to run things down. And she's just, when a thing gets spotted, she's trying to chase it down and kind of trample it with her horse, which she is also not great on. But she just keeps going, oh, I don't need a fucking bird. And waving it off, and no time to learn that. So she is just having a good time, but she's just making the wrong rolls. Basically, is what's going on. She's
Kill
not,
my elf.
yeah, she's not bad at hunting. It's just that she's not doing it the way everyone else is.
She's not. This isn't hunting. The hunt's later.
Yeah. It just happens to nominally
This is-
be the same role. It's just, kind of isn't in this case. Mary Crane and her Duskhawk Sundown come out looking pretty good. They're on par with Adam and Cloud Chaser. Cloud Chaser might not be the most disciplined and focused of birds on the field today, but he does a good job of it. And yeah, Mary comes in with a 15, just barely beats out Adam, but she's also kind of on her home turf, and that she is used to coming hawking here.
this is unfair. I'm going to say partially out loud as a joke and go, she's half bird herself.
Well, I
Uh,
mean, crane's a water bird rather than a hunting bird, but I see.
uh, while
And
feeding
I'll give
a
a little grin.
while feeding a treat to Sundown, she gives a saucy wink to the Lady Vilena Toland and says, "It's a pity your betrothed never got to learn which half."
Ah!
Wow.
Sorry,
Uh,
Raina, you can't just crack that because that's just too good.
uh, and the gathered Reach Maidens all let out polite giggles, except for Mega Tyrell, who lets out a kind of belly laugh.
I see how this is going. We're gonna need my second before sunrise one.
Should have brought a maester to help with those burns.
Oh,
Yeah, so they have a good time, and all the Reach Maidens laugh, and they're used to Mary and her bold sense of humor. Mega Tyrell, like I said, she lets out a little bit louder laugh. She is the curvy of the trio, that's a bit louder and brassier. Uh, Word among the squires is she's got a bit of a reputation as a girl that's not afraid of a kiss. So she's got a little bit of a
Ooh.
smoocher rep too. So you guys notice that a few of the squires are paying a bit more attention to her. Not Alan Ambrose, of course. I'm not sure if
Right,
you've
right.
heard.
Never
but
Alan.
he is betrothed to Eleanor.
He's the most devoted person in the realm.
But Marjorie Tyrell, who has an unnamed, her red tail is Good Queen Alicent, does quite fine. She has a 16, so she just barely eked out Mary. Desmira Redwine, Jana Fossaway, and Alicent Bulwer did not do very well. They were 10s to 12s. The overall winner on the day, however, is Willis Tyrell with a 16.
Who was surprised?
And he does kind of have insider knowledge of most of the birds here, and he does spend a lot of his time hawking and riding. But like he's the guy that gave
using
most of these
axes.
people their their birds, and he kind of what I'm picturing is throughout like the morning. Let's say this was like the morning's hawking. It's most of you like somebody spots something, and then like two of you send your bird after it, right? And it's kind of so it's not like a tournament with competition brackets or whatever, but just kind of you're taking turns, kind of challenging each other, and sending your bird. But it seems like maybe Willis just kind of knows who to pair up against, and that type of thing. But he also just has like a pretty good bird. Like it's a fine specimen, which much like its namesake, Loris Tyrell, like he is good at what he does and easy on the eyes. So who knows? Maybe it was insider knowledge. Maybe it was just the fact that he's well practiced at this. But yeah, you guys are able to while away a fine morning of riding and the laughter and some friendly competition. The Westerling girls do not have birds of their own, but they are mingling in with Marjorie, Desmera, and their cousins, and they're all laughing, and the Jane and Elena are cheering on everyone else as they are cheering and stuff. So they're having a good time. So yeah, it seems like everyone's doing okay and having fun and getting along all right. And yeah, it's just a pleasant morning and a gorgeous day. Who wants to hang out with any particular people while you lot are breaking for high sun lunch, which of course is brought by a fresh group of squires and maidens in waiting that arrive laden with baskets and wineskins and blankets.
Would invite Uncle Orn to eat with us since he somehow survived the ride.
He has been basically holding on to the saddle for dear life most of the time. He laughs when other people laugh, He seems to show up anytime somebody is sharing a wineskin. Like that's his specialty in ride is intercepting handoffs of wineskins. Like that's about the only time he seems to know how to steer. Is to lean his horse into getting him over there in time to take a drink from somebody. He doesn't seem like overtly miserable. He's actually,
No.
it's a fairly likable group of people that are being fairly likable. You've got a lot of contrasting laughs now. Don't get me wrong. You've got Alisane Mormont's guffaws and snorts. You've got the high cultured laughter of Willis Tyrell and Lord Beric Dondarrion and Sir Davin. You've got the girlish peals of laughter that are led by Mary Crane, but picked up by Desmer Redwine, Marjorie Tyrell. And, like you've got a lot of different happy sounds from kind of all around you through the day, along with the occasional kind of good-natured curses as somebody's hawk gets beat to a prize. But yeah, even Uncle Orain, who does not belong in a saddle, kind of seems like he can't help but have an okay time. But he is definitely walking like somebody that's not used to being in a saddle all morning. Like when everybody dismounts and he's making his way over to settle down by a picnic basket that happens to be set up around a bottle of wine, which is what he's there for. He's definitely walking like somebody that's not used to riding a horse. So he's looking a little bow-legged and stiff, which is, good for +1 morale, but maybe
Uncle, go have a seat.
not the +3 or 4 that you were hoping for. He goes, thank you, no, nephew. I think if I sit, I shan't rise again, and that is not a problem that I am used to having. Just hand me up the wine, if you please. So like he stays standing and pacing.
Fortunately, there's
kind
a
of
tree you
gingerly.
can lean against nearby.
Indeed, it's important to be able to pose against something. I'm all accustomed to the sails and masts and rigging and such. It's dreadfully barren out here with just these gentle green rolling hills and the occasional butterfly to accompany the trill of bird song. Dreadfully dull compared to the open sea.
You'll have to teach me to sell sometime. I'd appreciate that.
Oh, shall I? Yes.
And I will keep you supplied with wine.
He says, sounding like it is not at all a new idea to him, but he is pretending that it is something he had not considered. Yes, I suppose perhaps you should. Yes, well, we'll see if opportunity should present itself. Look, a
I'll
bird.
hand him a wine skin. And I'm gonna sit down and get some food ready and hang out.
Robert Frey comes scurrying over to assist some of the squires in serving lunches around you lot, a little protectively, a little like, hey, I got this. I don't need you local squires. Look, I know how you like his sandwiches cut, right? Like that. Not degrees,
Wow. He's
but
traveled
he-
with us so long. Like,
yeah,
he-
he's like, no, you got to cut the crusts off the PB&J or Luke won't eat them, right? Like it's not
That's
quite
accurate.
quite that level of micromanagement, but
And
pretty
the
close to it.
peanut butter needs to be on the bottom side, the jelly on the top side. I don't like it either way.
But
Won't the type of squire that cuts Adam's sandwiches into rectangles rather than triangles.
yes, how dare you? I will see you
How many
killed.
sides is this?
I will
Is it
see,
more than 3?
I will see you killed at the next squire's joust, young man. Dare you? But yeah, so he kind of scurries over and claims you lot as his territory, taking it a little bit of a professional insult if others are trying to serve you. The supplementary squires do not seem to mind in the slightest. They're like, okay, I'll just go help Mega Tyrell, see if she needs anything. And right, like they're, oh no, I need to go wait hand and foot on Desmer a red wine instead. woe is me, you know. So the squires are able to go with it, and they kind of reshuffle a bit. But yeah, so Alisane just collapses down on the ground. It's oof, it's, it's all done with birds. I thought I thought maybe hawking was just what reach folk called decent hunting, but we kept seeing them pigs, and then nobody'd go after them. And oh, we're after different game today,
We
says
are.
the handsome one, and she gestures dismissively toward Willis. Ah, save the pigs till tomorrow.
My
Ah,
lady,
It is.
my lady, I am hurt that you would call someone else, someone other than one of us, the handsome one.
oh, fine, fine, that handsome one. How's that?
Yes, that'll do.
All right. I needn't.
The hunt is at a later time. Perhaps you
Yeah.
shouldn't go charging about after them since we're not currently hunting them.
All right, well, apparently not. You lot leaving me to take on boar on me own. Just
Well,
Well, I'm not carrying a spear.
Yeah. Well, you should be if we're out in the wood hunting boars.
unfortunately,
I have a sword on the horse.
unfortunately, even the strongest hawk cannot lift a pig by itself.
Oh, I've heard that there's birds north of the wall that can. Great beasts who come down and carry off sheep and unwary children.
Maybe we should get one of them.
Aha, maybe you should. Then maybe I'd learn this fancy bird stuff. If I
Those
had
could be, those could be good for guarding the stoneway.
rocks, they call them.
Ooh.
Which strikes me as a bit queer because rocks don't fly, but these rocks do. Ah, naming conventions I leave to maesters and their ilk.
Maybe
But
it was
fine birds they are.
maybe it's a funny name, you know, like how they sometimes call really tall people shorty, just to be funny.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, we should. I'm like, we should call Oris Shorty next time we see him and see how he reacts.
Good.
Or is a tiny.
Yeah.
But I suppose it's a good enough morning, and this breakfast or this lunch looks almost as good as breakfast did. Ah, well, and she just like wolfs down half a sandwich in like one bite.
Better eating at the Twins, I believe.
Ah, that fella. Ah. And she makes a loud farting noise that it takes her a moment to realize is her mouth. Phew.
What fellas I was talking about Lord Walder?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, presumably.
Because that was all like barely
It's-
seasoned.
Sensation.
Yeah, it's not great stuff.
He's certainly gotten himself into a mess.
Mm.
I think he quite revels in the messes that he makes because he doesn't think he'll have to pay for them. He'll throw someone else in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I suppose when you've that many sons and grandsons and such, there's no shortage of folk to hide behind.
Mm.
Ah, wretched old cur.
Yeah, certainly not one of the, certainly not high up on the list of neighbours I'm looking forward to having.
Oh yeah. They're not all bad, obviously.
No, of course not. Robert's lovely.
Exactly.
Robert gives a cute little curtsy at that compliment, which several of the nearby reach maidens giggle and fan themselves.
Which reminds me, we were going to go and go to the tailors, Robert, at some point.
Oh, yes, I suppose we got until the end of the week, but... And he kind of looks down at his clothes, which are just his normal clothes. But you're also, you know, out hawking, so a little more practical wear isn't out of place or anything. And he goes, before the week's up, I suppose. I don't want to dishonor her ladyship and her lordship's wedding by looking like the... I don't know, me.
You won't. You'll still look like you. You just, it's a special day, so I think you should have something special.
I just want to make sure I don't stand out and get Elena's attention for not looking right.
No, you'll be absolutely fine. I won't let that happen.
And he looks around a little warily, like she could be
She popped up from
She's
behind
not
him.
here.
swooping down from any.
I have it on good authority. She can't hear through trees on the weekdays.
On the
But,
weekend.
but she's quite lovely, Lord Willis. I don't mean any disrespect. I'm just very afraid of her. Uh, and Willis laughs and says, "No, that's the best way to get by. Uh, when hunting in the woods that Alice Mormont is accustomed to, one must be wary of bears. When anywhere in or near or speaking on the reach, one must be careful of the Queen of Thorns."
Bella, who's scarier, um, the Queen of Thorns or the Mountain?
Oh.
I believe you'll find each is terrifying in their own domain.
A good answer.
Very good answer.
Yes, rather they have very different weapons. Though no less cutting.
Indeed.
I, for one, find Lady Elena fascinating and wonderful.
She can be all of those too. She's not
Yeah,
merely. She has just many, many facets, and
very discerning.
yes.
Dragons were also called fascinating in several of the Archmaester's texts, Willis says with a bit of a smile. But
Indeed.
wonderful to behold does not mean it can't also be terrifying.
Quite.
Not to worry, though. Grandmother's quite smitten with the lot of you.
Really?
Are you sure?
One of you in particular. I hear she's selling off one of her grandsons.
I'm not sure I get to take any credit for this because I think she and grandfather decided it like a week after I was born.
He
Well, they have
leans
it-
over.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, they have exchanged many letters over the years.
Willis leans your way and pops a grape into your mouth. He goes, "Well, then we'll have to thank them for it later." One of
Aw.
many wise choices made by the Warden of the Stoneway and the Queen of Thorns in their long years of loyal service to their houses.
Toast to that.
Everyone
And
raises
to
glasses.
many long years between the new couple. I will raise what's left of my wine after my uncle pilfered most of it.
And you guys get some hearty hears from all around the picnic area. And then and to the Lady of Will, Sir Balin raises his glass.
The Lady of Will.
Well,
To the damn Stormlander who has won her heart.
Oh, he's so sweet.
Beric Dondarrion raises his glass, and the rest of her, which leads to Sir Balin trying to cheer and blush at the same time, and a lot of the Reach maidens feigning themselves politely to hide their own blushes, and Mary Crane leaning over and whispering something to Janna Fossaway that gets her to pinch her on the arm and shush her.
So Adam will be like keeping up with the conversating and joining in and stuff, but like he's largely going to be observing people. I mean, like, kind of with all this, like, what is there? I guess I like interested in like what Alison Bulwer is kind of what her sort of manner has been like.
She has been, it seems, largely content to kind of vanish into the crowd of her nominal peers. Um, in the official pecking order of all the Reach maidens and wives that are here, she should actually kind of be out front in theory because she is the lady of her own house. Marjorie
Mhm.
Tyrell is the daughter of the warden of the Reach, and like that's all good, but like that's still, um, with the exception of Marjorie and that direct blood relation to Alicent Bulwer's liege lord, like Alicent Bulwer should kind of outrank like Janna Fossaway and certainly Mary Crane and the Tyrell cousins, uh, but she is also the youngest girl out here. Well, except for Elena Westerling, which is pretty close, right? But like, she is, she's a few years younger than these girls, and that's a big few years, right? When you're talking about like a 13-year-old to a 15 to 16-year-old, when they're growing up and going through those stages, she's
Mhm.
kind of got her spot in the pecking order from being a couple years younger than everyone else. So it's a weird sort of equilibrium that's reached though, because she is the Lady Alysain Bulwer, but she's also little Allie, the youngest of them, and so it kind of evens out, and she's just kind of mingling in and kind of
Okay.
fitting in with the group. She's not, you know, around the Lady Olena. She's often looking pretty serious and businesslike, but um, that was also almost a year ago, and the
Yeah.
death of her father was that much newer. But you can tell that she's been socializing with most of these girls and young ladies most of this year. Like they clearly are all getting along well, and you get the feeling that they've spent a lot of time just like this hanging out. So she doesn't look particularly like a leader of the group, but she's also not like morose and by herself and not taking part in stuff. And, yeah.
Right. Okay. So I have a little bit. Well, Adam has a little bit of a plan. Um, based on previous conversations with her and with Ned. That he's going to try and like involve her more in the conversation, but deftly combine it with talking little Robert up, and
Okay.
um, try to do that in a subtle way so as to try and build up a positive inclination from her towards little Robert and sort of direct her away from Ned because Ned's terrified of her.
Ned's
Um,
Ned's just terrified of betrothal and marriage. He hasn't ever
well,
spoken
well,
about her it's not like
right,
ew, it's
right,
her. It's just
right,
yeah.
right. But the thing is, like, she's the person who's getting nudged towards him.
Yeah,
Yes.
Um,
she's like the
Uh,
biggest threat right
and,
now.
yeah.
and,
I just wanted to make sure that I had been clear. It wasn't anything he has against her
oh
that you've
sure,
ever heard so much as the whole
I get it.
situation.
No, I get it.
Um,
I do get
so
it.
yeah, you can
Yeah, like
uh,
this is Adam's way of trying to help
right.
both of them because like little Robert's also a little bit closer to her in age, I think.
Yeah. Um,
Um,
and you're
so
able to
I,
also kind of, you can fold that into also including the Westerling girls a little bit,
yeah,
and even David, Davin and Serena, by hey, everybody else missed the archery contest, but little Robert did really well, and hey, let's tell, so you're able
yeah,
to make it seem pretty natural while also including the Westerland guests a bit,
yeah,
um, and it
yeah.
it
That's something good.
doesn't take the conversation very long to circle back around to, hey, that time the mountain tried to cut you in half, because that's just the kind of the most dramatic part of the tourney. But in the meantime, you are able to get a few, very
Yeah,
polite and almost careful comments. But Jane Westerling in particular is like, I know little of the sport of archery, less even than I know of hawking, titter titter, because she hasn't really been hawking today. She goes, but I know that there was a field over 40 men, and that young Robert came in fourth in the entire contest, and only that because I fear that Lannister judge had taken an ill liking to Adam and Robert,
Cool.
and so she's able to put a little political spin on it. Robert
Mm,
does blush. It's hard to tell if he's blushing because Alicent Bulwer is looking at him, or because the rest of this group of attractive young Reach maidens is
yeah.
listening to him being praised,
Mm.
or if it's because Jane Westerling is praising him. He's at that age where it could be any of those,
Or
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 all
or
of them.
yeah.
Um,
That's
but yeah,
fine. I'm just basically kind of like, and I'm happy to kind of put a role behind this as well. But like, Adam is just sort of subtly wingmanning for Robert.
yeah, and there's
I want a
there's no
wingman for him
there's no
too.
need for a role for that level of it. Um, and it doesn't take long for Sir Balin Swan to also mention, oh, and I bet the top three at the Lannisport tourney uh, weren't shooting privately amongst themselves either, and kind of turns it into a chance to remind everybody that Robert took first at your name day tourney, and so Robert has a few kind of adorable aw shucks moments going where everyone's kind of talking him up, and he is blushing furiously.
I'm going to
Uh,
interject with this with mentioning when he had our back at the when we were fighting the Vulture King. We went into the
Yeah.
one cave,
The
and
butcher's
like
cave.
the
yeah,
butcher's cave, and he
and Sir
stood
Balin,
solemn guard.
yeah, and
Mm.
Sir Balin would not, and he says, I without Robert and his bow watching our backs, I don't think I could have ever screwed up the courage to ask the Lady Bela for her hand in marriage. And that gets a confused awe from everybody because most of them have heard that story, and that is not how betrothals are supposed to work. Like in the Reach, so they all clearly have kind of mixed feelings there. But
Yes.
yeah, they still awe because clearly it worked out okay. So all the
Yeah.
maidens kind of do this wistful sigh, like I
Mm.
hope someone asks me to marry them, but maybe not that way. Uh,
Less
but
blood,
yeah,
more romance.
Yes.
yeah,
Maybe you have to kill fewer
yeah,
brigands to get your proposal. But
and
yes, little Robert
and
is going to make a fine night one day.
Mary Crane leans over to Jana Fossaway, who seems to become her target for the day, and she whispers, "Tippa tippa, bloody caves, blitcha blitcha blitcha," and Jana's like, "Oh!" and she smacks her. Uh, Meredith
Oh my!
Crane.
Oh no!
Oh.
You just read
Mary
it.
had that
Yeah,
one coming.
and yeah, so she smacks her on the arm and says, "If you keep that up, we will never be rid of you, Meredith." Uh, and Mary doesn't seem to mind that, so she just kind of looks smug about it, so everybody is uh, appropriate levels of inappropriate for this company, right? Mary whispered it to one person instead of jumping on a table and toasting to the romance of bloody caves, right? She she kept it a naughty little whisper just to
Wow.
the married lady in the group instead of scandalizing one of the young girls, and
She didn't do
so
it. She did 5 set on us.
yes, she didn't. So yeah, everyone just it's a pleasant lunch,
She
much
got
like
a
it was
microphone.
a pleasant morning. Yeah,
The brick wall
uh,
behind her.
yeah,
Speaking of which,
yeah.
I got something here for this. Oh,
Oh, no.
Thinking about bloody caves and people getting married. Hey, yeah. So yeah, and everybody just seems to have a pretty good time, and the lunch is fine. It's kind of delicate finger foods, um, but packed to travel, and some sandwiches, and um, yeah, it's one of the squires is threatening his own hawking bird. Uh, they're eating some squib, and he's like, "Look, like this, you little bastard!" And like he pulls a leg off and throws it at his bird, and he's like, "Just go find these. How hard is that?" Flick, and like they're turning the food into a bit of a prop and trying to it looks like some of the squires have some contests going between themselves as they're riding from group to group and, delivering the lunches and all that sort of thing. But yeah, everyone seems to just be having a good day.
And the last time I went hawking was at Adam's name day tourney, and I spent almost that entire time uh, trying to get information from the girls about you.
He goes, "Oh, did they tell you good things or bad?"
It was all good.
Ah, excellent, good. Good cousins, fine aunts, precious, beloved kin that speak nothing but truth.
This time. They were quite indulgent.
It sounds like them, yes. So, who of us will you be trying to gossip with today, and what information is it you're after with your nefarious Dornish spying techniques? A wily people, the Dornish, and women are notoriously untrustworthy, except for the ones I just spoke up to the trustworthiness about.
I Today I'm not here for gossip. I'm just here for fun.
Ah, terrific. Because I'm
And
afraid
to
I
lose.
don't know much except for what my grandmother has planned for this week. The rest of all my worldly knowledge has been drummed out of my head, she poured out of one ear, and then poured into the other as nothing but her plans for this week.
You
And
have
then
to.
Marjorie kind of leans into it. It's been all grandmother's been talking about for ages, it seems. But since you lot got here, I can see why. You deserve a perfect wedding. She's been right all along. She is so very frustratingly often.
She's not often wrong, although
Yeah, if she could be wrong when she's roasting us more often, that would be helpful.
Marjorie
If, if,
says,
if she could be less accurate when she's
when she's throwing
criticizing
those
us.
verbal
yeah.
barbs.
And Marjorie nods because she is ever so cruel to father sometimes when those moods get on her. But I think it's just her way of showing she cares.
I imagine she would not expend very much energy on someone who she didn't uh, at least
Enjoy.
care. Yeah.
If she was not concerned, she leaves people to wither on the vine.
Quite,
If
yes.
she does care, she withers them herself. Marjorie says, and then swirls the last of some wine and takes a drink.
Well, it is the slightly withered fruit that makes the sweetest wine sometimes.
Willis gives a polite bow. I will surrender to the superior knowledge of House Nymerian on such matters. Though cousin Desmera may wish to bicker, I think she's wise enough to see she's outnumbered here. And Desmera just laughs and toasts and doesn't rise to the bait of trying to start a Nymerian versus red wine.
No, really.
Great,
Oh, I mean,
all
great
of a sudden,
conversation.
Like Raina leans in and looks at Desimera, and she says, "Are you quite well versed in the winemaking and vineyard portion of your house?"
No, I leave most of that to father and his out of character. What's the what do you call somebody that runs a vineyard?
A vintner.
A vintner? There we go. Like I remembered that there was a word for it. I just didn't. He goes, I leave that to father and his vintners. Though I'm fairly comfortable sailing, I did take to those lessons a bit more. But no, matters of soil are less my liking than matters of sea and salt.
Adam was literally not trying to like that. That was Willis stirring shit because Adam was just talking in general about late harvest grapes.
She goes, I can tell you the wine that I like, but I'm afraid I know precious little about what goes into it.
Well,
And she reaches for another glass and just
I didn't know you were a sailor, so I have learned something new today. That's it.
I enjoy the freedom of the ocean. I think it's part of growing up on an island, is that an ocean becomes your way of escaping.
We're looking
So
around for Uncle Lorraine to swoop in.
yeah, he's lurking, always lurking. Just because I think it's something about growing up on an island that makes the water represent an escape. Perhaps the way most girls picture grassy hills and their time in the saddle.
I think it's not even. I mean, certainly an island I can imagine would contribute to that. But I did a lot of my growing up just in a port. So, and I think I share a little of that wistfulness about the sea. I cannot say I'm as good a sailor as you though. I'm more one of the people who sort of stared wistfully out at it a bit more than actual spending time on it.
Uh, Marjorie lets out a little giggle and she says, or it could be Desmara already coming up with excuses as to why she won't win the race on our way back to Highgarden this afternoon. Which then gets Desmara to make a mean cousin face at her, and there.
No, we can't all be first place all the time.
Uh,
I look at
Willis,
the Tyrells.
Willis lowers his glass after a moment and lets a bit of a mischievous grin. He goes, about that, might that be why Loris isn't riding with us today? I'd heard there was a bit of ugliness outside Wyvern's Rest last time.
Well, I mean, I had presumed that his not being here was a lack of desire on his part.
Or perhaps some canny gamesmanship on the part of our grandmother. I am sorry, he gets a bit prickly when Garland and I aren't there to cuff some sense into him. I hope he didn't spoil your day. And he says this looking to Adam.
Uh, it's in the past, as far as I'm concerned.
No, frankly,
Marjorie sings songs. That means he did. Ha! I told you, Willis.
he didn't. He didn't, because after that we all went back and we had a lovely evening in the pools.
We did, yes. I'm just
And no one even drowned.
That's
no
true.
drownings, not even an attempted one.
But I do think it was the worst bit of conflict we had all week, which is saying something.
I certainly shan't say that it did not introduce tension. I am just hoping that it is behind us and
That he doesn't hold a grudge.
quite, yes. Well said.
I'm rather thinking Loris might be the type that holds grudges.
Possibly, and honestly, I really do not have grounds to hope that someone doesn't hold a grudge as someone who has held a few in my time.
Willis just gives a bit of an airy wave. He goes, oh, it's nothing to worry about, I'm sure. Loris just hasn't the practice at losing that most of us get.
Right?
Well, it wasn't even. He didn't even lose. I think his objection was that.
That was up for debate.
I think his objection was that a bastard girl from Dorne was as good as him. That was the unacceptable crime.
Indeed. If a victory is up for debate, it is no victory at all. I think I read that somewhere. But I fear Loris read it somewhere as well.
So well, my hope is that the absence of our dear cousin Elia will at least mean that things do not escalate again. She has a way of needling people.
You. Needling you.
That was the
That's
implication.
needling
Hey, we've just demonstrated that she needled the heck out of Loris as well, so it's not just Adam that she
That's
picks
true,
on.
that's true. Maybe it's just...
She did dare to challenge him.
Marjorie lets it.
I mean, everyone was racing together, so it wasn't really that she personally challenged him initially.
But that's how it ended.
It,
Marjorie just says, "Well, I'm sorry that I missed out on the rough-hewn charm of your dashing, famous cousins. We've heard of them even up here, and sometimes the stories are not terribly flattering. But Willis tells me that your uncle isn't, or perhaps is, only half the cad he's made out to be." And then
he's,
Willis kind of swats at her, like, "Oh, shush, Oberyn's." Yeah.
yes, he may have something of a rakish reputation, but he is at heart a very devoted and decent, honourable man.
I probably would have stopped it.
Don't pull a face. But it is a pity that you were not present, Lady Marjorie. Your presence would have been much appreciated. I'm sure you would have enjoyed your time.
And
It
also,
It would be a pleasure to host you at some point in the future.
right, I'm sure that at some point you'll meet our cousins. Those cousins.
I mean, that was definitely not like on Adam's agenda, but that's fair enough.
It's on mine now.
And Marjorie just looks to you and says, "It's swiftly and ably remedied, and we will all have plenty of name days to use as excuses to get together after all this, especially once we are brother and sister." And she kind of leans over and holds your hand for a moment and is very charming and Disney princessy, and that's what.
I look forward to that imminent day very much.
Willis hauls himself to his feet, just a little unsteadily, but then once he and his cane are beneath him, he's fine. Well, speaking of which, we do have the rest of the day and the week to get through before that can happen. So, perhaps we ought to get back in the saddle before after lunch naps set in and see us all missing the wedding.
Because we'd be off the schedule by that much.
Oh, woe betide being off the schedule by even that much.
We would face the wrath of your grandfather and my grandmother, and I don't think there is a house in Westeros that could withstand such, much less our humble scions. Come.
Right.
And Willis reaches down to help Lady Rhaena up.
He's the sweetest.
Oh.
Everybody else just watches for a moment as he gallantly helps you to your feet, pulls you in just a little closer than is polite, doesn't let go of your hand for a moment, kind of keeps you pulled towards him, and then lets go. And all the girls like, "Oh." And
I think sorry.
Marjorie swats him on the leg and holds her hand up.
Well, I was gonna say like Adam's intent is to not the pulling too close bit, but is going to like help Lady Marjorie up in a charming and gallant way.
Then instead she slaps him on the leg and says, "Someone else's turn." And she reaches up and takes your hand, and she is practiced at being helped to her feet. She makes it an art. There is very little effort required on the part of the helper. And she leans in and plants a kiss square on your forehead. Says, "Thank you, brother."
You're very welcome.
And then suddenly, every woman there is reaching a hand into the sky and waiting for some gallant knight or lord or squire to assist them.
Adam is going to by whatever as subtly as possible, but by whatever means necessary, shunt little Robert to go and help up Lady Alison.
Lucas in a grin.
I should clarify, Bill, we're not Mormon.
Lucas in a grin look at Lady Valeda and go, "My dear Lady Valeda, do you need help getting up?"
She laughs and says, "You might if you keep joking." And then she stands. And Lady Alison Mormont has Robert Frey standing over her, looking a little nervous, like, "I'm not sure I can haul her to her feet. Like, I've been growing, but she's big and strong, and she might bite me if I try. And instead she kind of tosses her head over towards the Reach Maidens in general, which makes it easy for you to aim him towards a specific one.
I will do that.
Eleanor Tyrell, of course, is helped to her feet by the dashing Alan Ambrose.
Of course, York is
and
ready for that.
and she leans in and plants a kiss square on his lips, and then twirls away, jauntily, and everyone was appropriately scandalized. Martin Lannister helps his cousin Serena to her feet, and Davin reaches down a hand to each of the Westerling girls, and then kind of leans back to haul both of them up, which leaves Jane blushing slightly as she walks away.
Honestly, I don't blame her.
Does
Right.
Bela accept a hand up from Sir Balin?
I figured she got up on her own, but then realized everyone was asking for help, but it was too late. So she's already up.
All right.
Just
She shoves him down and then picks him up again. So, all right. So let's see then. Lord Beric Dondarrion will help up Aunt Janna Fossaway, the eldest and marriedest lady here, which is to say she's like 25 or whatever. Squaring up. Robert Frey will help up Alysanne Bulwer, who thanks him with a graceful curtsy, which leaves a furiously blushing Edric Dane to help Desmera Redwine and Mary Crane to their feet. And the two girls exchange a wicked grin and flank him and give him kisses on the cheek. And he is undone. So yeah, everybody gets everybody that wants a dashing and romantic hand up gets a dashing and romantic hand up. Uncle Orain was already standing, but offers assistance to none. It's too close to labor for him. Helping ladies onto a boat is part of his duties as a good captain and host. But just lifting things.
Boat stuff. That's different.
Yeah. Lifting things is day labor work.
I mean, to be honest, Adam would have liked a romantic hand up, but like that's not the done thing here, apparently.
And so, the lunch fades into an afternoon ride. Do we want to sling some dice again?
I'm not even slinging a die because Raina is done pretending that she's trying. She's not here to win or actually talk.
She's here to talk.
Let's all joust instead. Oh, who said that?
So is this
Who said that?
just racing back?
No, this is still going to be the survival hunt. This is hunting in the afternoon.
I see.
Then there's
I'm still
likely
in.
to be.
Me and Loris 3 are still in this shit for 8th place, possibly.
Hey,
So, all right. Those of you that want to make an effort, get out your survival dice with hunting specialty, and let's go. All right.
Okay, not great. Could be worse.
You did okay
I'm
this
like-
time.
oh darn, my bird's just flying.
Destiny points. I'm gonna make people start losing dice here.
Not great. 15.
Oh my god.
It's going to be nothing compared to the people who are actually like good.
I think you're one of those people.
Because I put all my points into marksmanship, which doesn't cover hunting, but I like he's really good with a bow, but apparently not great at hunting, and that like I don't have enough points.
How many dice are you rolling?
Like, how does
3.
that even work?
Okay, that's above average, and
Yeah.
you sounds like you fucking got like 4.5 points on average per dice.
That like that could have gone like
Great.
the failure mode is worse.
Yeah.
All right, Adam, what are we looking at?
I said 15.
15? Okay. Luke.
Wait, hold on.
Um,
No, I just need to check, like because you've now put the doubt in my mind that like I feel like I might have had something that added that added marksmanship to hunting, but I might be just totally misremembering that.
I don't think
That was
there
not my
is,
intent.
but
Well,
yeah.
I've got expertise bows, but it says +1 kept dice on bow tests, but I don't know if that
Yeah,
counts
that's
as a
not the.
hunting.
I don't
This is
see how this
yeah.
is a bow.
Nope.
RPGs do weird shit when it comes to this kind of stuff that crosses.
Like yeah, it's just that really bothers me. Like just like, oh, right, you're right, great
That's
with a
because
bow,
you're
but
supposed to be hunting with a hawk, not with a bow. I mean, you're. It's a
all right. You said the hunt in the afternoon, so I thought you meant the
well,
hunt.
no. That
Oh, no,
the
no,
the
not
hunt
the
is
hunt.
tomorrow. This is hawking. Yeah, this is still the hawking.
Okay,
So-
just just like you called it hunting, so I got confused.
Okay,
Okay.
it's fine. You've got a 15. There's nothing shameful in it. Luke.
Well, 15 is nothing compared to my 7. I got a 7 actually. 4 to 3.
All right.
7.
Then I had a 5 to this extra little one guy which is laying around who wasn't a dice I rolled.
Bela.
I have an 11 this time.
Damn it.
All right.
Make her drop a die. Make her drop a die.
So, of those that seem to be putting forth an effort, Luke is last in the afternoon with his 7.
Good. Flat out last.
Bela and Marjorie Tyrell both end up with 11s. So you're able to catch a few
So-
small.
We'll go to final death.
Not
which
bad
is a
considering I don't
fight.
have a hawk.
Yeah. With 13s, we have both the Lady Alysain Bulwer with Olena, her kestrel, and Aunt Jana Fossaway with her red tail with 13s. With 14s, we have Mary Crane and Desmira Redwine in a fierce heat as those two are competing against each other, and they draw just alongside. With a 15, we have Adam with Cloud Chaser getting a fine fat rabbit. And then with a goddamn 24, we have Willis Tyrell, whose dice were on fire. Yeah.
All right, everyone's figured destiny point on him.
He's showing
So,
off for us.
this is Willis doing the things that Willis is good at, it would appear. All his points went into hunting instead of lovemaking. Sorry.
The fool.
So it's still a good-natured contest, even between the fearsome foursome that got started in competing with one another at Adam's Name Day tourney with Jana, Mary, Desmer, and Alysain Bulwer. It's all good-natured, close in. Mary is the least gracious of them, and she is still pretty gracious with her tie with Desmer Redwine. And Marjorie seems to be busy on complimenting Bela on, you're fearless when the hawk comes back towards your hand. I suppose it's nothing compared to that Gregor Clegane, and right, like she's able to turn it into complimenting you instead of bemoaning her work, and finding things to compliment about your form and just like style, and that sort of thing. And Willis is gracious in victory, and he is able to personally compliment most of the people here on their riding and on how well they have trained that bird he gave them, and oh, you're doing so fine in the saddle of that palfrey I got you, and but so he Tyrells it up, right? Remember that Loris is kind of the exception by being a bit of a dickbag at times in the books. Most of the Tyrells are it's part of what makes Olena come off as so cruel is that she isn't as gracious as the other Tyrells, and it's part of what makes Loris the young, impetuous one, right? And that he's like the brooding anime bad boy of their, he's the one that sulks while the rest of them are all pretty polite. And so, yeah, Willis is,
Sorry, I have a call.
all right, don't forget to mute yourself so you don't violate HIPAA on the internet. Sorry, everybody. Felicia is the assistant director of nursing, and there's on call for the on-call nurses, and that means lots of information coming and going. Yeah, it is a fairly pleasant afternoon. That's just a continuation of a fairly pleasant morning, and it warms up a little bit, but there's
Mhm.
enough of a breeze that it's still cool and comfortable, and just yeah, everybody's seems to be
Yeah.
having a pretty good day.
Yeah, Adam will definitely have been like talking, hawking with Willis because he's just clearly really good at it, and Adam does like hawking and wants to be better at it as well as hunting. So that'll probably after that role, uh, yeah, like Adam will definitely be kind of praising that and trying to get pointers.
Yeah, and Willis will very delicately and carefully touch around the leg issue by just mentioning, hawking is a sport that's more in the head than in the strength of arms. And so it is well suited to some of us with, heads for numbers and a talent for books, because it's all about breeding the bird and getting the most admirable traits possible and then training the bird in a way that highlights them. And like he doesn't ever say, "Lol, yeah, it's good for cripples, lol," right? But like he is clear to talk up
Yeah,
your mental acuity alongside his mental acuity without talking down other people or either of you.
yeah,
Um, but
and, Adam will definitely understand that.
yeah, it's not like
Um,
some subtle code. It's just that he doesn't ever come out and mention, "I can still be good at this," right? But he can. It's one of the masculine skills that are expected of a gallant knight that he can still indulge in. Um, and perhaps for a moment, it's a maybe he would be the Loris Tyrell of this generation if it hadn't been for that unlucky joust with Uncle Oberyn once upon a time. Like if he'd been able to be this passionate about the rest of knighthood, maybe that would have been best for everybody because Loris might not be such an insufferable little shit if he had both big brothers to also compete with and be a little better than him at some things, and uh,
and,
like
and then,
it is too bad.
yeah, and then, in a similar way, maybe without the accident, Adam would be less of an impetuous little shit.
Just a different impetuous little shit. That's
No
uh,
way. Exactly the same.
yeah. But yeah, so he's quite happy to chat this up with you, and uh, ties it into the love of reading and knowledge, and that sort of thing. And
Yeah.
yeah, everyone is just pretty perfectly gracious and charming, except for Alisane Mormont and Orain Waters, who are their imperfectly ungracious and rough-hewn selves that you have come to know and know. Because I know Orain Waters isn't quite beloved, despite trying to be the best uncle he can to his wayward nieces and nephews. He's doing his best, but I know that sometimes it's not good enough. So yeah, everybody has a good time.
Oh, that sounds like a massive fucking guilt trip.
Um, at one point during the afternoon, there's a brief break as Robert Frey and Balin Swan hand little Robert's bow back and forth and sink a few arrows into a tree. Uh, that you think they might have started. Like Bela, you're close enough to hear it. They were talking about like what range somebody's hawk struck at, and Balin's like, "No, I think it was closer to 150," and Robert's like, "No, it was 120 dead on." And then it turned into that, "No, I think it was 150, lad." And he's like, "No, sir, I'm rather certain." And just gently until he's finally fine. The distance to that tree, then, and it turns into them, a little bit of back and forth because the wine has been flowing appreciably on all sides. But little Robert rides away looking a little smug, while Balin, in a good-natured way, is like, "Go fetch the arrows, squire," and in kind of that grouchy, dad
Yeah.
at Thanksgiving way, right? Like when the kid wins at whatever game you're playing at a
Gen,
Thanksgiving dinner, and the
sort of
dad or the uncle still takes it out on him, right? So it's good natured stuff,
good
but
natured, curmudgeonly.
yeah, so it gets a chuckle from everyone, as those two compete, and Alisane lets out a cheerful laugh at Sir Balin's expense.
That
Um,
was gonna back
and
little Robert up, but he clearly
yeah,
didn't even tell.
so just a little bit of back and forth there, um, which almost stands as a counterpoint to the nigh flawless graciousness of the very very etiquette trained Tyrell and their chosen companions, because you are aware that this lot does hang out with them kind of a lot. Um, uh, Part of the ride, as you guys are just pulling into a gorgeous little grove with a bubbling brook, and kind of everyone agrees to stop and let the horses drink a little, and that sort of thing. Ala Tyrell starts to sing a song that initially starts out with her just kind of humming it to herself, just not quite words, but then it turns into a little bit of egging on from Eleanor and Mega, and then suddenly everyone's got this kind of haunting, uh, just a song about a grove, uh, where young lovers used to meet, and then one of them ate bad berries and died next to the grove, and then the other lover drowned herself there so that they would still be together forever. And it's not the most cheerful tune, but it is a very chivalrous, romantic type of song, and her high, pure voice uh, reminds everyone that for all that she's like the shy one, though she and Elena Westerling are kind of fighting over the shy one. Like, I'm shyer, not me. Fine, you can have it, but only because I don't want to be the most of anything. And you're like, oh, good move, right? But yeah, she is generally the quietest of the Tyrell girls and the nearby Reach maidens. Um, but yeah, like for a couple moments there, she is absolutely breathtakingly beautiful, as her voice lifts and she kind of straightens up in that singing pose that, uh, not in a body way, kind of opens up the chest. Just improved posture helps people look good, right? Not a haha, look at her tits, but just the spotlight is on her momentarily, and while she's singing, she seems comfortable in it. But then, like, as soon as the song fades away and people are, like, clapping politely and stuff, she looks mortified again. Like, oh Lord, what did I do? Why would I do that? Um, but yeah, so just a good, good afternoon, a little break for some water.
I will compliment her singing.
Yeah, she blushes furiously, and she's like, oh, it's nothing. I should have picked a better song. It's just that the little glade reminded me of that, and I hope I didn't curse your wedding, Lord Willis and Lady Reyna. And she just kind of looks like she's looking. Her mind is looking for things to be embarrassed about from it, right? Uh,
It was a
but
perfectly fine song.
yeah, um, so yeah, everybody has it's an okay time.
I apologize.
No problem. I
We've
told
had
everybody
a
that
weekend with 3 admissions and a
yeah,
death. So.
been a weird weekend. You missed a brief break in a grove that has like a little brook and glade and whatever, when Ala Tyrell sang a sweet,
Aww.
sad song for everyone, and then immediately began to stammer embarrassedly afterwards and went back to being shy. Um, but
It
yeah,
was
so
Adam's all about the sad songs. It was like, yes, this is the good shit. Destroy
yes,
me.
hurt me, make me cry.
Yes.
Uh,
I'm gonna,
so yeah,
I'm gonna sneak away with Lady Helena for a few minutes while we're in this picturesque grove to
okay.
do kissing.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they're gonna go
God, you're
together.
gonna switch.
All right, Lady Elena will hear of this.
Kind of gay, I know, but
It's
No, it's the exact opposite.
remember saying no hetero before you.
That's the joke.
Um, so yeah, it's I leave it up to the Nymerians if they notice the departure or the return.
You're kidding. We all notice.
The,
Yeah, we notice, but
Everyone's just staring at us constantly.
Adam's not going to say anything, but he is going to meaningfully look at his sisters for a moment, like,
I kind of
how long
shrug.
do we
Yeah.
wait for them?
Get from the shrug.
What are you gonna do?
And then Bela gets from the shrug that Raina's like, if I could get away with it, I would.
Yeah, it just, they'll come
Right?
back in like, and if we hear zoo noises, ignore them.
What interesting foliage over there.
So yeah, as Luke
Much
and Velena
greener up here than in Dorne.
come back to the group, Uncle Orain very loudly says, "Ah, yes, good idea, nephew. I think I'm off to relieve myself as well. All this wine and the little splish splash of the bubbling brook did remind me. Though I think I'll do it alone. Thank you, Lady Velena." You're pretty sure she'd be throwing spears at him.
I brought this up myself.
I still want to make a joke about him, like being so drunk that he would need someone to help him aim, but like I feel like I couldn't pull it off like well enough, and I'll just make a fool of myself. So I'm not going to.
So yeah, and that gets that kind of relieves any of the tension of anybody else that did notice them leave. Is everybody giggles and titters into their fans, and Mary leans over and says something to Janna Fossaway that just makes Janna blush instead of swat her or pinch her this time, and it might have been something apple tree something because Aunt Janna did marry a Fossaway. But yeah, so she makes some scandalous comment, but again, Mary shows the good taste to keep it to herself, which is something that bastards don't need to worry about quite as much. So yeah, everybody has a good time. And then, after a little bit more riding, you come to this kind of picturesque spot, and you realize that just over that way is a big, deep drop. And you've got this lovely view of what feels like half the reach opened up in front of you, because you just kind of notice it's been rolling hills, but you're like, yeah, no, I guess the last couple hills have been pretty high, and we've been going up and then not back down, and suddenly you're at these cliffs that are about 100-foot drop. So it's not like red mountains, but they're notable, and it's a very kind of scenic spot, and you're able to look down and you see the rolling fields of some of the farmers. We've got the stark contrasting colors of this field of one plant versus this field of another in this kind of patchwork that makes up the bounty of the Reach, which is the breadbasket for much of Westeros. And you notice that nobody's riding very close to the edge. Very pointedly, all the Tyrells have turned their horses away from it.
Adam will have done the same. Adam's like staying way back from the edge. This is invoking some like horrible memories. So like, while he's not like losing it or anything, he's definitely like very aware of the edge.
Okay.
And as everybody just kind of, they enjoy the view, like the Tyrells are all still turning sideways. That second result is that they're all kind of striking nice poses near the edge and taking a look. And Lord Willis kind of, I want to say, stage whispers, right? Like, nominally, this is a comment only to explain things to my beloved betrothed, but just so everybody knows, he goes, this cliff is known as Luthor's Rest. It is where our grandfather fell while hawking, which, of course, led to the succession of our father, Lord Mace. But for all that is a picturesque view, uh, not many of our Tyrells enjoy riding towards it anymore.
That's understandable.
And out of character,
Ah.
canonically, that is what happened to the Lady Olena's husband, Luther Tyrell. He was not paying attention to where he was going while hawking,
Oof.
is the official thing. So yeah. But I thought
The,
a nice
the,
picture.
the way you're saying like this is the official thing like implies that there's an alternate story.
Yeah.
There are tinfoil hat wearers in the Song of Fire subreddit that are certain that Olena Tyrell poisoned him in order to take power because only the malleable Mace was his only surviving son, and that he has been a Littlefinger-esque villain for longer than Littlefinger, and blah 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 blah. But I suppose it's not like impossible that she is more sinister than we have been led to believe. But yeah, the official line that everyone has heard, which is as official as things get in the Westerosi books. But he is also the one that she broke her betrothal to Jaehaerys Targaryen to wed. So maybe that's what happens if you scorn the dragon. You ride off a cliff and die. Dun dun dun. Yeah, who knows?
But didn't she scorn the dragon? Not
Yeah.
him.
Yes,
You're
but
right.
she did it for that Tyrell dick. So that's what he gets.
Okay.
This makes sense.
He's punished.
Lady Olenna definitely seems like the kind of person that can't run a house with a man around. She has to kill him. That this checks out.
Yeah, there's no way
I'm
she.
kind of imagining a sort of Westerosi Tiger King, like Olenna Tyrell murdered her husband.
Oh no!
Oh,
Good.
With Prince Jaehaerys going, I'm never going to financially recover from this.
I'm never gonna financially recover from this.
And this is he was also the he was the father of Jaina Fossaway, who was riding with you. That is how she is she didn't marry into the family or whatever. Like it was her dad that died. But she's very young for that. It happened not long. But anyway.
So that's two betrothals Lady Olenna had that got broken for different reasons because Prince Darren died.
So, anyways, it's a nice picturesque view, and then Willis kind of clears his throat politely and says, and so, you may have noticed that we rode a bit to the north, and then a bit to the southwest, and then a bit to the northwest, and then a bit to the southwest. It just so happens that a straight run due east from here could see us back to Highgarden in a bit clearer time than we took to get here. And alas, we did dally over much for lunch, and then that lovely song bewitched the lot of us into taking that break, more relieving to some of us than others, at that glade. But alas and alack, it would seem that we've been a bit too idle today, and we might need to all ride back due east with some haste to stay on the schedule that the Lady Olenna has set for us.
Well, we shan't disappoint the Lady Olenna now, shall we?
And he says this with a bit of a sly grin as his horse is starting to slowly walk back due east, and he's like making his way towards the front of the pack while explaining to everybody that, oh no, we might need to line up and race home.
Yeah, Adam knows what's up and is going to be sidling that way too. I mean, he's definitely not picking up the pace while they're near that cliff, but will be moving in the right kind of direction.
Yeah. So
and once no longer near a cliff edge, he can pick up the pace.
So yeah, he just kind of starts to sidle back to the east a bit, and then he stops and like waits for people to kind of line up with him. But he does give everybody a moment because it is a lovely view. Like this is some postcard bullshit, right? So it's he doesn't like rush everybody, but it's clear, and some of the girls are giggling as they kind of roll up next to each other.
pretending to be sly while not being sly.
Exactly. Everybody's in on it. So everybody kind of sidles up near one another. Uncle Orain uh, just seems to have a good-natured shrug, and he's like, "I know I'm not going to win, but I want to be part of the group." And Lady Alisane is much the same. Um, and yeah, so before long, everyone gets lined up in a kind of ragged uh, row, and and then Willis raises his voice again slightly. He says, uh, "Perhaps a few coin to whichever of us gets there first in doing their part to make certain that grandmother isn't angry with us. Say a gold."
You're on.
And
Adam's like,
with
you're on.
with this
Very
crowd,
well.
it's enough of a, it's not an insultingly small amount. Everybody knows that they're good for it. Um, Ned kind of stops and looks to Alisane Mormont. Alisane Mormont kind of stops and looks to Reyna. Like, are you gonna cover their gold?
Like,
And,
yeah, I
okay,
am.
but they stop, and then
Why Ned? Like,
they're just gold piece is still kind of a big deal.
all right,
Like,
I kind of thought for the Lord of Starfall that wasn't going to be quite such a big deal.
Or sorry, Little Robert, not Ned. I apologize. I just read the wrong Squire name. But yeah, Little Robert looks to Alisane Mormont, who kind of yeah.
Right. Okay.
Um,
I was wondering why Ned was looking to Alicent. So
yeah,
You're like,
Ned's like, whoa, that's a lot of money. I'm just the Lord of Starfall. Yeah, but yeah. So everybody, and then everybody kind of gives a little bit of a naughty grin, like, ooh, this will be fun. So with that, we will kick off the race back to Highgarden, which of course is not actually a race. It's just people hurrying to get there so that grandmother's not cross.
Yeah, just making sure Grandma's not mad. Yeah.
So let's make this 2 rolls. So we'll roll once to see kind of how we're looking at halfway back, and then we'll roll again, and we're gonna total the 2 rolls. So just roll first, and we'll see and kind of give people places in the list, and then we'll roll again and add them to see who comes in firstest.
yeah, uh, Adam knows that he can't win this, but he is looking to beat Ned, just in a friendly way.
And feel free to kind of call out an individual opponent in that way if you're wanting to expressly compete with, just your
Yes.
husband or betrothed or.
I will slyly glance at Lady Valeda before I take off.
Yeah, and whoever it is will certainly rise to the bait for each of you in good nature. And 1 second as I roll this list of NPCs that I really should have rolled ahead of time, because there's lots of them.
like, oh, I should have thought of this already.
Yeah, and there's times that I absolutely have and have rolled ahead of time. But this is a group of either knights and lords and warriors that are all expected to be good at riding, or young girls that were all very emboldened and scandalized by getting to go riding with you guys down in Dorne, who've all been kind of practicing for it since and egging each other on with, well, the next time we're racing Bela and Reyna, we'll be sure to see which of us, right, like it's hanging around with you lot has turned into something of an event for some of these girls.
I don't know why. I mean, we're not super competitive as a family or anything.
No, never.
Never.
Anyways, I leave these losers in the dust.
Like, I stab my betrothed's horse and I take off.
Actually, hours ago, I poisoned everybody. So,
How dare you?
Like, in retrospect, I probably could have got away with just poisoning their horses, but I wanted to make sure.
I had stuff to do this week.
Yeah, be poisoned. I know. I planned it.
That was not in the plan.
Okay, I see the problem. We had different plans. That was the problem.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, nope. Just
Should have consulted me first.
miscommunications happen that way.
Well, I think because you got poisoned, you should have consulted with us and told us you were planning not to be poisoned.
I got poisoned. You poisoned me, dickhead.
I don't know. It sounds like you're just responding irrationally because you got poisoned.
It's probably the poison talking.
Yeah, I think that's just the poison talking. You're not you when you're poisoned.
I think I'll just reserve one of the outhouses for the rest of the day.
Is homophobic. How dare you?
So, Adam, what is our and this is of course animal handling plus ride is this.
Yeah,
So
I got
what do
15.
we? All right, Luke,
I got a 13.
Bela,
I also have a 15.
and Raina.
14.
All right, if I was any good at an arrow, I'd shoot all your horses right now.
I was expecting Bella to leave us all in the dust.
It was a not great roll. Actually,
right.
it was dead on average, but
Mine was
feels like
actually
not a good roll.
This game has a tendency to make you like, oh, I didn't roll all sixes. Oh, this
Yeah.
roll sucks.
Yeah.
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 Oh, 5. Get out of here, bad roll.
So, what we end up with at about the halfway point, and people again are largely good-natured about the contest, and egging each other on as much as they are, egging each other to lose. 1 second. But, unsurprisingly, bringing up the rear and profanely cursing one another in their clashing accents are Orain Waters and Alyssane Mormont.
My horse has the little short legs anyway.
Yeah. She's on her like shaggy mountain pony, and he's just uncomfortable on a perfectly comfortable palfrey. But the two of them are threatening each other and threatening their horses and threatening whoever's in front. And Orain's like, I'm drowning whoever it is. I'm certain as soon as the opportunity presents itself, off they will go. And they're both just kind of having fun and determined not to come in dead last. Sixes. With an unfortunate roll at 7 is Mega Tyrell. She rolled abysmally, but she's not quite in last place. With a bunch of 9s, we have Jane and Elena Westerling and Alan Ambrose. Maybe Eleanor whispered something to him right before taking off that left him flustered. Who knows? Because he is a saddle-trained young squire. But for whatever reason, he is hanging back a bit.
Hopefully, the word ride suggestively.
Hopefully, he won't get into trouble for being neck and neck with the Westerling sisters. I'm pretty sure if anyone in the realm is comfortable with their betrothed hanging out with a pair of young sisters, though, it's Eleanor Tyrell and Alan Ambrose, who neither of them will worry about the other being unfaithful. We hope, because theirs is the love that holds Westeros together.
That's why I'm here.
Wow.
Just a bit ahead of them is Serena Lannister, who is peeling out laughter. It looks like she is not used to riding competitively. She is absolutely riding side saddle and just marveling that some of these girls are leaning forward in the saddle and trying so very fucking hard. And she's like, oh, this is actually turning out to be pretty fun. So you can tell she's kind of reeling a bit. Neck and neck just ahead of her with an 11 each is Robert Frey and Edric Dane.
Look at that.
So those two are both kind of neck and neck.
The Roderick ship.
So they are clearly kind of competing.
My fanfic for more details.
Yep. Jenna Fossaway with a 12 is laughing aloud as she is just ahead of that pair of dashing squires. And then at 13, we have Willis Tyrell and Sir Balin Swan, who both seem to have gotten not the best of starts ahead of their 13th. And then Luke. So yeah, we've got a pair of knights and a man who should have been a knight, all at 13. Ahead of them with
It's a
14
good number.
is Reyna. So Reyna is let's say, half a horse in front of Willis, Balin, and Luke.
So within spear range.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. That's 14. At 15s, we've got Adam and Bela neck and neck, leaning low in the saddle and making good time. Just behind Marjorie Tyrell and Eleanor Tyrell with their 16s.
Wow.
Nice.
And then we have a trio, or rather a foursome out in front with 17s. We have Mary Crane, Desmira Redwine, Alla Tyrell, the pretty singer girl, and Martin Lannister. And Mary seems to be trying to throw Martin off his pace by making all manner of lewd comments, which has the other girls peeling out laughter. And Alla Tyrell's trained singer voice lets out a loud giggle at whatever obscenity Mary has muttered under her breath. But then, half a horse in front of everyone, fueled by nos and pitted dates, is Boris the pony, being ridden by Alisane Bulwer with a perfect 18 on her
Wow.
dice.
Nice.
Wow.
So she is out in front with her beloved little Boris. And it's a pretty tight race.
Oh,
At
where was
about
Valena?
the halfway point. Valena was at. Valena is also at the 17. Sorry, so it's a fivesome at the 17s. Sorry, I knew I was missing somebody. I'm just scanning the list and trying to find the groups. So yeah, it's pretty crowded from about 15 to 18. We've got a lot of people, so it's still kind of anybody's race. So,
I feel like
for
me
the-
and the guys will just hang back and watch.
So for the last leg, let's roll those again, and then give me a second because I'm gonna have to add this time. One sec.
Yes.
Oh, well, it ran out.
I did really well.
Nice.
It's a lot of
I
hits.
got 12.
I did 4 body damage.
Stop
What?
busting out champions dice.
22 stun.
One
For an
second.
HKA, that ain't bad.
Stop spewing gibberish for the wrong game.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm confused.
I said the word pip, and that's what did it.
That'll do it.
I got 4 and a Klingon symbol. What's that in this game?
Klingons invade. Help.
I wasn't
Or-
expecting Klingons again.
Or-
Look at my backstory.
Ah.
Backstory.
That trio.
There's a crossover fan for you.
Right?
I mean, Dr. Bashir's already in charge of Dorn, so
This is true.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
man.
that was Dr. Bashir.
Yeah, that's same actor, please, Julian.
I did not even realize that.
he's so good in that role. They should let him do stuff.
Well, I mean, like, he,
Like
Yeah.
they should have let him on the show some.
Yeah,
I mean,
let him be on the show.
It
but
could
it
have
is
been-
also a bit of a transformation over the years. He went from twink to dilf, like, pretty dramatically.
Well, 25 years had passed. Appropriate, I guess.
Yeah, man.
No. Ash is right.
like it's fair.
Dr. Bashir is a twink.
Yeah, okay. Still.
Dora Martell's a dilf. Yeah,
Garrett's hungry
it's a
bottom.
fucking fact. They should have had the guy who played Garrick in full Cardassian makeup just in the background. With no explanation.
Just there.
Sorry, just some,
Yes, this is
the
my
dice.
humble. He's got grayscale. Ignore him.
That's pretty good.
Some of the dice are being agreeable again with where folks
Simple
are ending
Taylor.
up. One second. Closer to done than not.
Damn it, Rusty. Why is it taking so long to roll for 18 people? When we all rolled for one, it took 2/3
Like
of the
no
time.
time at all. I know. I'm like,
I feel like Prince Darren, the palfrey, has gone, I'm decorative, not functional, fuck this, and just fallen behind. That just seems like that's the kind of horse I would have.
There's a old bit BB King, old song BB King had, which was he was built for comfort, not for speed.
Yep.
Yeah, like Adam does have like Bard, the courser, who's actually like the good jousting running horse, whereas like this one's more a trotting, like ambling through the countryside at a leisurely pace kind of horse, which I mean most of today has been that, so it was fine.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't decide what horse I took. It probably would have been my sand steed, which is
Yeah, 'cause
not
that's what I brought.
Castle Forge sand steed.
so Adam, what did you-
Valerian 2. I gave all my horses dumb names.
Adam, what was your total?
12.
That's right. 12. So 27 overall. Luke, what did you land on?
I got a 14 this time. Moving up the world.
Okay, Bela.
This time I rolled a 20.
Holy shit!
Okay.
That's more like what we were expecting.
Yeah.
Much more like what I expected.
All right. So I'm gonna get the guys together. We're gonna pretend like we failed on purpose, and we're just gonna play it off that way.
And Reina.
16.
Okay.
Fine.
So, taking a look at totals, and this was what I laughed at, with 14s between them total, Alison Mormont and Uncle Orion Waters are heartily bringing up the rear of the group. They both rolled a 6 and then an 8, so that statistically their bad rolls ended up, they are.
Oh, 14 between them.
Yeah, well, 14 total, like on both rolls. They both got a 6, and then they both got an 8. So
Oh, wow.
they were like, yes, we are getting 3.5 per die, statistically average, and we are not the ones that are good at this. So then we've got some 20, which is Elena Westerling, who is clearly a bit scandalized at this. She's having fun, but she has never been allowed to ride like this before. So she's not doing great, but she is laughing, which is nice to see. She's generally a pretty shy girl, but she just can't help but kind of breathlessly laugh along with everybody.
Good.
Uh,
This is the kind of event. That's why we like these things.
Yeah.
You let down your guard when you're racing and doing physically strenuous stuff like this.
Her sister, Jane Westerling, and the lady Serena Lannister both come in with 22s, along with Mega Tyrell. So the three of them are all kind of looking back and forth at each other and trying to edge out just ahead of the other. And
Are
they're
these
all
22s their total score, or
yeah.
what they got on
This
this
is
roll?
the 22 total. Yeah, I'm doing
Okay.
people by total.
Okay.
That was part of what it took me long. I was rolling, then adding.
I was just like, shit, everyone's rolling so good all,
Yeah,
all of a
no,
sudden.
these are totals. These are totals. So there's those. Next up, just a hair above them, and perhaps relieved at having beaten both of the Westerling sisters after his bad start, is Alan Ambrose. So it's kind of middle of the pack, an unremarkable finish, but at least he didn't completely lose out. A little ahead of him, with a 25, is Willis Tyrell, atop Thunder, his trusty courser. And that's it for 25. Then we've got a couple of 27s. Chief among them, Adam and Luke, both with totals of 27.
Nice.
You lot end up tying with Janna Fossaway, who is the most seasoned rider among the Reach Maidens. So you're solid middle of the pack, just kind of in the body with everyone. Marjorie is just a hair ahead of you with 28, alongside Balin Swan and Eleanor Tyrell. And Edric Dane. So several people just horse heads ahead of those 27s, and just eking out a little ahead of you lot. And then things are 30 for Davin Lannister and a 32 for Valena Toland. So she manages to get a horse length ahead. Um, little Robert Frey and Martin Lannister continue Squire Palooza 7 with 33s. They pull up just ahead of everyone. Also with a 33 is Mary Crane, Desmera Redwine, and Ala Tyrell,
Well, look at
all
them.
coming out pretty high.
Wow.
And then smoking everybody by 2 points. Or no, Martin Lannister was also at a 33. Did I miss that? And then Beric Dondarrion is a half a horse ahead of that knot of like 4 riders with his 34. And then just edging out in front of everybody with a last burst of speed is Bela Swan of Castle Will,
Yeah.
coming out in front. And as the lot of you go racing past a pair of beribboned poles that happen to be set up just on the road outside Highgarden for no good reason,
Horse.
and there just happens to be some green and gold ribbon now trailing from the neck of Bela's horse. She's like, "Oh, that's so weird that would be there. Who put this ticker tape here?" Uh, the riders and their horses come racing and panting and slowing to trots and walks, and you see Lady Lance, Elia Sand,
Ella!
standing at the gates of
Wow.
Highgarden waiting for you. And we'll cut to a break.
All right, give me a
We
second.
like Elia. Oh wait, if Elia's here.
One.
All right, we are back. We just finished a pleasant day of hawking and riding that ended with a bit of an exciting race, as instead of the meandering, sightseeing, lunch having route that was slowly taken, kind of weaving back and forth from lovely spot to lovely spot, we saw a bit of a race to return from this day of hawking in what has become a Nymerians and their friends tradition, in that the gentle contest of hawking is given an exclamation mark of a bit of energetic race back home. This one ended with Bela out in front, uh, in a fairly tight pack. Like all told, as a group, people ended up, looking pretty well. Uh, but then, as with our last race, a bit of drama at the finish line, as you see a a rather sulking Elia Sand, one of the middle of the Sand Snakes, the youngest that you lot have met out and about, but the one known as Lady Lance, who is currently a brooding 14-year-old wearing road dusty and sweat stained clothes.
Oh no, she looks like a
And she's a bit of
chaperone.
a mess. She's a smudge on her cheek, and she's standing there with her arms crossed over her chest, and kind of brooding, leaning against the gates to Winterfell.
Winterfell?
Or, sorry, not Winterfell. I was starting to say Wyvern's Rest, and I'm like, no, that's not right. The other place. And then I went straight to Winterfell. Uh,
I thought she was the same age as Adam.
she's, I think she was like 2 years younger than Adam.
Alright.
I want to say. I'll double check the age later, because I've also tweaked so many ages of some of the characters because I just wanted stuff to not be gross. So a few of the characters we've aged up a bit. I might have just misspoke.
Sure, that's fine. Just like 2 years younger than Adam would make her 15.
But yeah, I think she's 15. I think ish. So, anyways, but she's standing there looking kind of sulky about something. A little bit of sand snake pout going on.
Well, we come right pelting up to her.
And then as you kind of array yourselves near the open gates, she's like leaning against like the wall, like what would be like the door frame of the gates. You see a small bit of a scene, unfortunately also featuring Loris Tyrell.
Oh, no.
But Loris is facing off with Garland, who is staring him down quite handily. You get the feeling he perhaps has a lifetime of practice at keeping Loris in line. And Loris is looking more offended than anyone else. Elena Tyrell is just standing up near the doorway to the hall, with your grandfather, and she's just shaking her head with that kind of disgusted lady, as though she just got served something that tastes a little foul. Your grandfather looks kind of resigned, and a bit of a wry smile is on his face, while Mace Tyrell is standing next to some random Highgarden squire that is offering a plate of bread and salt to Damon Sand, Uncle Oberyn's squire, who's also
Where's Uncle Oberyn?
who is also looking fresh from the road, still kind of unkempt in a dashing Dornish bastard sort of way, but clearly they did not stop and pretty up any before their final stretch.
Interesting.
But Elia stands there at the gate, and as you lot arrive and are starting to dismount and stuff,
Elia!
it took you long enough. Were you racing? It looked like you were racing. Oh, but then again, it looked like maybe most of you weren't. It was hard to tell. You were all riding up so slow. hello, cousins, and just like immediately going from hello to snark to dismissal of your riding skills to warm horse-smelling hugs
Yes.
as you approach. And yeah, there is absolutely no mistaking that she is fresh off the trail and has not bathed in the meantime.
Unhand, you reek.
Elia!
I missed you too, cousin. Oh, look at you, what a little fancy lad. I,
I am not little. How dare you?
oh, well, I guess I didn't see you because you were so far back in the pack then. So, would you prefer it's because you're short or slow? It's your call, even though it's not your precious name day anymore. And
Elia!
then, and then she pinches your cheek.
He
As
tries
the-
to bite. He'll bite her hand. I'm not even kidding. He'll bite her hand. Does that?
She laughs. She's like, even your teeth are dull compared to my horse. And she tousles your hair, which is the only thing worse than pinching your cheek.
And she knows it.
Yes.
I can tell. He'll aggressively tousle back.
She is currently living with the fearless nature of somebody that should be getting punished for something far worse. So now she's just doing everything she can in the meantime.
I will hug my cousin. Elia, what are you doing here?
I was waiting for you lot. I heard that you were riding, but I assumed it would be in this general direction. But since it's so very late in the day by the time you arrived, you've already missed all my wonderful lectures.
Well, I'm so sad that didn't make it onto my schedule for today.
Who are you lecturing exactly?
What? Why? Wait, don't get distracted. Why is Damon here? Where's Uncle Ober?
Oh, no, Father stayed behind because etiquette and protocol and lack of invitations and
Insta relief.
As to why Damon's here, it's because he was the only one Father could find that had any chance of possibly catching up to me and stopping me, and he couldn't.
So he told you not to come, and you came anyways, and he sent his squire after you.
If he didn't want me to be here, Father wouldn't have told me not to come. He would have just made it sound like this boring Highgarden affair I don't doubt it's going to be. But as it was, he made it clear that he and we sand snakes had been expressly forbidden from setting foot in Highgarden, and so... And she stretches out one long coltish leg to put her foot very pointedly just inside the gates of Highgarden. And so, here I am, keeping up the family name.
I see your determination to cause a diplomatic incident is undiminished, cousin.
Fancy words for a slow rider. But yes, if you didn't want us to come here,
Elia.
you ride with your whole body when you know what you're doing.
Oh yeah, I would.
Back at Willis, hopefully. Is he skirting this whole thing, or is he listening, or being a mute?
Willis circled wide around and is speaking with Lady Olena. She only hit him with her cane once, so you think it's going swimmingly.
Yay!
Sisters, brother, I can take one for the team. I can say I invited her.
No, she can suck it up. I'm sorry, that's not what she would say.
Yeah.
She can face the consequences of her own actions herself. She is a grown girl.
Well, absolutely. This isn't just some like youthful exuberance. Like that they were barred for specific diplomatic reasons. Like
Yes, but those reasons are stupid. And if
Elia?
Willis isn't cross with Father, no one else should be cross with Father over it.
Elliot, mouth is open, should be shut. Go up.
Like, Elia? You are welcome at my wedding. Do not cause trouble.
All I did was ride here for weeks through the desert, past brigands,
You can tell.
every manner of trouble that you can imagine. I rode through the Dornish marches like whole armies have not managed before me. I made it here to the very gates of Highgarden.
Should we have sent Sir Balin to tackle you, Ilya?
Ah, if Bela would not mind.
I'm actually glad there are some Dornish people here.
In the group that is milling around, you see Balin like backing up. Just
He's like, oh shit, I gotta volunteer.
Like
pulling a Homer
Homer
Simpson
Simpson.
back into the shrubberies.
He vanishes back into the.
And as Balin takes a few steps back, fighting a sheepish grin, Edric Dane stumbles several steps forward. As you can see, he got shoved by Beric Dondarrion.
Edric Dane, welcome.
And
I
Ned
hope
just
your ride was fine.
Ned turns around and scowls, and then he just turns it into a bow. Says, I'm glad to not be one of the only Dornish folk here. And I trust that we will be able to overcome whatever diplomatic difficulties may come from you misunderstanding exactly the nature of your family's limited invitation. And he turns and glares at Beric, who is fooling no one by looking innocent after shoving his squire.
At the
Alright,
like,
Elliot.
granted, one of the only Dornish people. Like I was like feeling like, what the fuck am I?
He's the only one that's not
Other
a
than
direct
us.
sibling, you know.
Okay. Elia,
Dude.
I need you. Come with me. And I take her arm and I stroll like it's no big fucking deal.
As you start across the courtyard, Damon Sand breaks free of the loquacious greetings from Mace
Mace.
Tyrell. Mace is saying all of it resentfully, maybe a little sarcastically, but he still can't help but be on the surface gracious. Like, he views this as an insult, you don't at all doubt.
Right.
He's not as good at most of the Tyrells at hiding it, but he was still giving the whole spiel to Damon Sand, and then he kind of trails off. Damon rushes over and drops to a knee in front of you, and he kind of looks up, and it's these dark, deep pool, dark eyes beneath the shaggy brow of his hair, and he looks up at you beseechingly in a way that many a maiden and more than a few sirs would like to have Damon Sand look at them. And he says, apologies, my lady. The horses could not let me quite overtake her. I had eyes on her as she reached Highgarden. With a good bow, I might have stopped her, but I fear... but I fear perhaps that incident may have been more trouble than it was worth. I nearly overtook her. I did what I could.
David, stay it, David. I appreciate all your efforts. However, she is the Lady Lance, and I pat her arm.
She rides like a devil.
She is a devil. Let's not.
Here, lady. And by this point, Willis is making his way back down to you. Like, he goes, here, my lady. Oh, and my lord. And sirs, ladies, lords. Good to see many of you, though under ill circumstances. I'm here, and he holds this letter out that bears the unmistakable seal of House Numeros Martell.
Quick question: has he clocked Alison Mormont, or has she clocked him?
Like, they're not making out in front of everybody or anything that you've seen.
I'm not. I clocked me. Noticed.
Yeah, I know. Like, you can't tell. They didn't have like a long moment of eye contact or blowing kisses and whatnot. It's kind of a big crowd. More than a few of the Reach Maidens, a couple of them that that went to the tourney are like, see, like, I
I,
told you, Marjorie.
I would like
And
to.
so
I'd like to say something aloud in an attempt to reframe the events.
okay.
But I don't want to interrupt.
Like you've got a moment while she's opening the letter, and
It sounds to me, despite not having an invitation, the romance of these two, their great love, and these two houses being united, drug even Lady Lance all this way.
Yeah,
A little romantic.
Elia lets out an indelicate snort.
Shut the fuck up, Elia. You're not helping.
yeah, but Ellie doesn't move an inch that she doesn't want
Yeah.
to. But
Yeah. And she tilts her chin a little bit. Like, I'm just here because I was told I couldn't be, and because it turned into a race with Father's sworn oath. And a couple of the Reach girls are like, he could chase me anytime. And they're like, Mary, shut
Right?
up. And like, so, but the letter, hastily scribbled, because you know that Prince Oberyn has very fine handwriting. It looks like he wrote this in kind of a hurry.
Okay.
It says, niece, by the time this message has reached you, beloved niece, so too will have Damon Sand, hopefully hot on the heels of my little Lady Lance. She will not listen to orders, so give her none, but try to keep her from killing your newest, sweetest smelling brother. Luckily, Damon does take orders well, and so, as my gift to you and your charming husband, no man alive can match Lord Willis for loyal hawk, hound, or horse, so I will offer him no beast, but instead one of Dorne's finest blades. Kindly have someone fancy give Damon spurs in exchange for a few oaths, and then do him the honor of letting him bend the knee to the heirs of the Reach and the Stoneway, and to what splendid children you two may produce in due time. Let him swear to serve House Nymerian in whatever capacity you will, and he will be a knight that never shames the blood royal. Oh, and speaking of Willis, he has won you, and no nobler prize or greater bride could be found in all of Westeros. But I, at long last, have won our long game. Behold, Black Dragon to White Kings 4. Checkmate. Willis, you owe me a horse. Have Elia ride it home to me, if you please. Tell her she's stealing it. She'll have more fun that way. Signed, Prince Oberyn Martell.
I love that they've been playing Sci-Fi by lecture. That's just brilliant.
Damon, do you know what's in this letter?
A missive from Prince Oberyn. An apology, I would hope.
All right.
Do not know. Yeah, he's not the sort to open a letter that was sent for someone else.
All right. You said Willis was starting over to us.
I'm sorry, what was that?
You said Willis had started over to us?
Yeah, Willis had made his way, because you were like on your way across the courtyard.
Yeah.
Damon moved to intercept, Willis doubled back. So yeah, he's there, and, you know, like everyone, he's kind of watching you curiously. It's up to you whether or not you want to read how aloud you want to read the letter, or what you want to do about it.
I will hand it over. If it was just us, I would read it out loud. But I will hand it over to Willis with
And he kind of lifts a curious eyebrow and takes it. What do you, if anything, do you say to anyone else?
And then I is Sir Garland and Sir Loras, are they still arguing?
No, they have muscled their way over.
Right.
And Garland kind of has an arm lovingly around his younger brother, but you can tell he's grabbing him by the back of the neck. Like, Loras is supposed to apologize for something, and Garland is here to make sure he does. That's the look that you see on their faces. It's a very big brother, little brother stance, but they're just kind of in the group of people.
Okay, well, Sir Garland, I may have need of your services.
Oh, I'm afraid if it's thrashing Elia, I'll need to hand the pleasure off to my sister or someone else to keep it sporting.
Good luck with that.
I don't think I could catch her on a horse.
You could not. Uh,
And he seems, lightly joking about things, but willing to do whatever is asked.
all right. Well, I'm not sure who I want to do this. And I look at Willis.
Willis is reading
David
and reading.
appears to have been
He's-
gifted to both of us.
And to just House Nymerian in general. That was the part. He's like, have him swear to serve House Nymerian. He's calling it a wedding gift, but he's also not going to tell you where to send your knight. So, he doesn't have to serve you. It can be, so Willis is reading, and he's got a bit of a smile on his face, and then it drops at the end. And he stops. He goes, "In the White Kings, did."
Well,
And he gives a shrug.
all right then.
Uh,
Change my mind. Luke.
Beloved, are you wanting to do it now?
Yes, sister.
Well, what do you think? I think now's as good a time as any.
It could be, yes. We could wait until Lord Renly returns. I believe, strictly speaking, he's our highest ranked guest, appropriate for such honors. It could be that he might prefer another bastard. We've got that Oris fellow, and then, out of character, I just forgot Bryce Caron's brother's name. Roland.
Storm.
Yeah, he goes, or perhaps Sir Roland. Or,
Okay. David.
or, and he kind of grins just a bit beneath his beard. He goes, the Knight of Flowers might appreciate the honor. And he almost keeps a straight face.
Oh wow. Okay.
My father.
I would like to
is-
speak to your brothers then.
and then
I
he,
mean,
but
I
he
want
also
my
goes.
brother to do it, but
He also says, my father could also do it, but he would probably take a bit longer, and he might want the overnight vigil as is tradition.
all right, David.
So you've got, you've got a pretty decent crew of knights here, so you can. But it looks like he's certainly willing to leave it up to you.
Damon, I find myself surrounded by family and friends, and I am so happy to see you here. You and Cousin Ellie are most welcome, of course, to our nuptials. Uncle Oberon, it seems, believes it is time for you to receive your spurt. And instead of knighting you himself, he has sent you to me. Not to us. And now is the time. So I'm looking at him as he's in that face.
Yeah,
right
he's
there.
looking a little shell-shocked, right now, milady?
It needn't be right now. It can be
Sister,
with
I
the
have
bar,
my sword with me.
right? None of us have our swords. I'm not a knight. Luke's a knight. But we have many honorable knights amongst us. Just look around. And Lord Renly is also due to be here.
Yeah, and we'll
He's
say,
around here somewhere.
yeah, like Lord Renly's out on the hawking trip along with Sir Nathan Lugas, Sir Roland Storm, Lord Bryce Caron, Sir Robar Royce, and Albar Royce. Right, so just some of the not Reach folk were kind of hanging out together.
Haven't we also got Sir Lyle with us as well?
Yeah,
Yeah,
great call.
he was in another
Oh,
group. Let's say, so like you guys have a bunch. It's just
oh no, not like with us, but like around.
yeah. And there's, I mean, you guys have plenty of sirs.
Yeah,
Adam
they're making
Bridington and Derek Fossaway and Adam Bridington are still both here. Like you've got your pick. If you want to do it now, you know who's here. If you want to arrange it for like dinner tonight, you'll have more options. But you've got plenty.
Well, David, do you wish to observe the vigil in the old ways?
Uh, uh, I think perhaps it might be truer to my years spent squiring for your uncle to not spend the night before taking my vows in a sept.
Well
I
put.
would I would sooner not pretend to be a type of knight that I am not.
Uh,
That's fair.
very well then. Since this has been sprung on you and us, uh, why don't you and Elia uh, wash the road dust off and think it over. You think it over.
Elia looks aghast.
At a bath?
but like it's worse than the lectures. that
Imagine
she-
your butt racing the dirt.
But
We only acquired the dirt. She was born into it.
it's just like Father's letter doesn't say anything about me having to take a bath. I bet. Let me read it. I'll show you.
She can't be arsed reading a letter that long.
I'm sorry?
Elia was indignantly saying that the letter from Father doesn't say anything about me having to take a bath, I bet. Let me read it and I'll prove it. Like she's just like, you can't make me take a bath. Dad didn't say I have to. That's her tone. She is.
Fine.
Elia, I may ask the Lady Valena to drag you into the bath if you insist on insulting our guest by cluttering their beds with dust.
Maybe don't threaten her with a good time.
Right?
Well, I specifically say because Valena unhorsed her before in the joust.
That's true.
So I'll be dragged nowhere by anyone that can't catch me a horse.
I believe she has.
That doesn't count. We were riding right at each other.
There's a fine bath not far from our quarters. It'll be good.
Anyways, my horses are resting after a long ride, and I just.
Just really want a bath?
Fine. And Garland kind of lovingly shakes Loris by the neck a little as he talks. He says, "It's fine. It's said, after all, that the sweetest roses grow from the richest soil. A little road dust never hurt anyone. Did it? Did it?" And Loris says, "I am sorry for what I said upon your first arrival, Miss Sand. I was simply surprised to see you."
And not happy about
And
it.
and then Garland lets go of him, and Loris bows enough to call it a bow.
There's something so brotherly about Garland holding Loris, like the scruff of his neck. Now apologize.
And then Ellie just says,
I'm sorry, I said you were dirty.
and Ellie just says, "Apology accepted. I understand that I was not expected, nor invited, for reasons that are older than me, even. But it's fine. I will take your house up on your hospitality of some famous bath in a giant gilded rose or something, I bet. Just no stinky water. and she starts to allow herself to be marched away towards the keep by a few of the Reach Maidens. Um, Damon, meanwhile, just looks embarrassed
Relieved.
and confused by the day, and just he, as she's marching away, he leans in and goes, "I am sorry, my lady. I near killed my horses just getting as close to her as I did, and like he just can't. I always thought she would just be good for sprinting, but 7 hells, it's weeks."
Well, yes, she is the most stubborn person I've ever met in my entire life.
That's an understatement. She annoys me so much, I think I might die of it.
If I did not know her princely father so well, I would think her mother ravished by a centaur from a fable.
Well,
Hey.
I'm not commenting on that.
Woo!
I just want Adam to be like, "I've got some books from Renly that have stuff like that in them if you want to just say." He just looks embarrassed about not being able to overtake her after weeks of cross country riding, and it's maybe kind of fair, but
I mean,
there's probably not many people they could have. So
once Elia sets her mind on something, the seven and the old ones, nothing could stop her.
So you know that she's going to cause trouble, right?
Yes.
I will watch her as best I can, my lords,
Damien,
my
this is
ladies.
not your.
That's all very well. I know that you will do your utmost, Damon, but you also have to sleep at some point.
I was tasked by your princely uncle to recover her.
Well,
I assume in his letter he says what to do if I did not, and it would
yes.
seem I have lost my place in his service for it.
No, that was not the case.
Perhaps. And
Go ahead.
what were the contents of this letter? It seemed quite involved.
You want to pass it over?
Sure.
All right, I'm just gonna copy it over to our Discord.
It's fine. It's fine. Like I know. Yeah. Thanks, Amy, but yeah, I know what it's. So,
So yeah,
perhaps.
everybody wants to pass it around can. He has decided to take it poorly, is all. Like his thought is, I was sent to keep her from getting here. I didn't, and oh my God, Prince Oberyn knew I would fail, and he wrote a letter saying I don't work for him anymore. Like he's just
Sure.
squiring it up a little bit
Sure.
with a.
So once Adam has scanned it,
He calls me one of Dorne's finest blades.
Sister, perhaps Damon would like to look at the letter for himself. Shall I?
Sure. I don't care.
Here, Sir Damon. Not Sir Damon. He's not Sir Damon yet. Here, I think you'll find from the content of this letter that that's not the case.
Quite complimentary, actually.
Damon, if Uncle Oberyn is willing to end your training under his tutelage, that shows a great deal of respect and approval of what you've become. It means he doesn't feel he can teach you anymore. It's a great sign.
Willis gives him a rather amiable clap on the back, and just says, "Two things, if I might, young Sand." And he's, a few years older than him, but it's kind of a big brother role that he's been in. I mean, he's like, I don't know, 5 years, but I have spoken with Prince Oberyn at length over the years, and he has never written one bad word of you to me. And second, I spotted the horses in the stables on my way up here. I think I know which were hers and which were yours, and it took the warrior nipping at your heels for you to come as close as you did. It's the matter of the horse, not the rider in this case. You did fine, young man.
Better
Between the
than
lot
most.
of you, between the lot of you, you are able to He doesn't throw himself on his sword or anything like that. He doesn't like start crying. He just smiles a bit and then kind of looks up towards you again after reading it. Well, um, well then, whoever you think most fitting, then I would not mind it being a Dornishman. And he nods towards Luke. He says, but I will be honored by whoever, and he looks from Reyna and Willis, by whoever you choose. I will serve you well, and he looks to all four of you. I swear it. Pick whatever knight will not shame you to be the one to grant me the oaths.
And I'll just smile warmly at him.
I love him. He's
He's a good lad.
he is. He's so earnest, and yet a little.
It's a little Dornish spicy still. Just he's Dornish spicy in a, squirish way. So that moment was kind of nice and everything. And then Alisane Mormont claps him on the back hard enough to almost knock him off his feet. Right, well, we should go get this one to the baths, for he further dishonors all Dorn and such.
Oh no, wait, hold on. I doesn't know about that. Never mind.
Don't want him stinking the place up and reeking of horse and sweat and the like.
Good thinking.
I'm sure there's room in the guest quarters near where my room's at, but we'll find him a bath somewhere.
I'll be available all evening should my services be required.
Only if the Lady Velena's all right with it. If she is, I am.
You did rather walk into that, brother.
I did.
Damon.
That was on me.
Damon himself smiles, not terribly unlike your uncle might, at anyone but you four. He goes, if the tub is large enough, the Lady Velena could also come.
Not here. This is Reddit, not here. You keep your debauchery till we get back home.
Yes, but I mean, we are instructed to be on our best behavior.
You wild North woman.
Just laughs. But I'm sworn to a House Namarian, and so I'm concerned with etiquette here at your wedding. I'm feeling a bit ripe after the day's hawking myself.
Oh, fine, go, but just the
could
two
be
of you. Just no orgies.
And Damon continues to leer at Lucaris and Velena as he is dragged away. He's like, if you're certain, I meant to offer no insult.
We have our own wedding coming up soon. Stop by.
Oh, goodness me.
Shake my head.
Well, he's going to be sworn to the house soon. He'll be there.
He'll fit right in.
He'll be around for a while.
He's gonna be around for like ever.
So yeah, Willis just kind of grins ruefully.
I was wondering how he was gonna take all this.
When we are done in the courtyard, I believe the term was when we've untangled the shameful mess. Grandmother would like to see us in the solar.
Oh no.
I think all of us could have completed that statement.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I suddenly remember I need to also clean from the ride.
I think I left the oven on in Dorn. I need to go now.
He clears his throat loudly. Just Desmera and Marjorie as well, and you, Garland. Bring Loris. It was all my grandchildren, I believe she said.
Oh, have fun.
Does that count them or not? Are they
Yeah,
all
and
for it?
and he's absolutely glaring at the other Nymerian siblings as well.
I believe she's counting you amongst those brothers,
Oh,
sisters.
one of those, huh?
I'm afraid so.
Well,
Come,
let's go get it over with.
there's plenty of room at the chopping block at least. We'll be in good company.
Oh, so they shoot out.
There'll be wine, Luke. Come on.
Hey, we did nothing wrong, so
So yeah, the 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 giggling girls that were all enjoying the banter and perhaps mental images of the bath a moment earlier, the ones that stayed, it was the younger Tyrell girls that had dragged off Elia. But yeah, Desmera and Marjorie, who were a moment ago gossiping behind their fans, kind of stop. Like, but wait, we had absolutely nothing to do with this, Willis. Willis says, I know. Like, it does not matter. But, like, he's the in-between that they beseech. And he is a stern god, however. And he just says, grandmother said. And they stop. And then Mary leans in and gives Marjorie a kiss on the cheek. And says, I hope we'll see you at the feast tonight. If not, I'll raise a glass in your memory. And she's looking very grave, as though they are riding off to battle.
Well,
we
I'm
are.
dragging Valeda with me because she's in this. She agreed. She can't turn back now.
Everyone's hamming it up just a bit. Yeah. So, Valeda gets dragged along. Does Balin?
Well, he better.
Or does Bela let him slip the noose?
I give him a glance and see what his disposition is.
Dubious.
I just that scene from the cartoon where it's just a dust cloud left and he's
Yeah.
taking off.
He goes, I suppose I am sworn to keep you safe. And he kind of hooks his thumb in his sword belt near the blade, near Scorpion. He goes, I don't think it's as sharp a sting as the Queen of Thorns has, but I'll see what I can do to buy you time to escape.
Galen, one of these days we'll have to charge into something other than a thorn bush.
Well, here's a good thought, everyone. The room will be so crowded. The damage will be spread around liberally.
You underestimate our host.
Oh, no, never.
Barrick, who is grinning because he's not in any trouble at all, is giving Balin a clap on the back, like he's off to campaign. Well, let's see you on the other side, old chap, and if not, we'll see that sword safely returned after just a generation or two.
Ah! I give him this, whatever this equivalent is.
Come, as though the sword of the morning riding into battle alongside a Valyrian blade. Come, who could pass up such an opportunity? I don't doubt they'll be giving dawn to Ned here any day, and then I could ride in with Scorpion. Fine. We'll return the Blade of Will swiftly to your castle after you're killed by an old woman. Off you go, good luck! And just cheerfully
Capers.
sends Balin off to die.
Just scarpering off.
And then he slings an arm around Ned's shoulders, goes, right, look at all these horses we have to take care of, squire. And then gives him a bit of a shove towards the stables, but goes along with him. He's just going to let Ned start on the work. And a couple nearby squires hear it, and before long, Martin Lannister and Alan Ambrose, Robert Frey, they're all going to help out and take care of everybody's horses, as you lot march upstairs.
Yeah, Damon and Allison got to go cavort in the bath.
Walking what may very well be the Green Mile outside the Solar, because it's Highgarden, so it's greenish. And it is a little crowded, but you do notice Grandfather Makar is behind the desk, and the Lady Olena has her spot in the corner where she looks to be indulging in a bit of innocent needlework,
Oh,
uh,
right.
which means she has something sharp in her hand right now as you walk in.
All right, I'm
And
going to
I
disarm rules up.
give it obeisance and then hand the letter to father,
grandfather, that
grandfather.
is. And he goes, I suppose we can tell everyone this was a heartfelt apology for raising a willful and unruly girl. And Elena snorts, no one will believe it. And he goes, yes, but we could tell people that. And Mace might believe it. Uh, she lets out an indelicate snort. And grandfather settles in to read it, but the Lady Olena lifts her steely gaze to Reyna, who she knows got the letter first. She's like, well, what did it say?
Uh, Damon Sand is to be knighted by whoever we choose, and will serve House Nymerian.
Hmm.
And after the wedding, Elia will escape back to Dorne on a mount that apparently Lord Willis owes to my uncle.
He gives a sheepish shrug. And he goes, I wasn't expecting the Associ defense. I was off my game that entire match. As though it's a sentence that makes perfect sense to everyone. And
Like,
uh,
I don't know what that means, but
yeah, and Garland kind of gives him a look. Black Dragon? And then nods. Loris doesn't get any of it. He like people might as well be speaking another language. It could be Roina or gibberish for all that Loris is picking up on it. But he goes, and then he kind of. But wait, after the wedding, Elia is leaving. After the wedding, we're to somehow keep her here, caged up out of sight until after the wedding.
I'm sorry,
if I
who
may,
was that?
Loris.
Oh, go ahead, Adam.
Yeah.
well, yes, I rather objected to it too.
But there's no caging up my cousin. And she's here now.
Right?
Have you tried? I I know that Elia is tempestuous and wild. And is a giant pain in the ass. But we do love her,
Speak
and
for
she
yourself.
is ours.
So I suspect Highgarden could survive one bastard girl for a few days.
Adam's
Actually, we got
expression,
two.
Adam's expression and posture is very much like, I am not happy with this, but I'm not in charge, so I have to go along with it.
Uh,
I'm not in charge either. I'm just pretending I am and hoping they accept it.
you're like, I just know I'm more in charge than Loris because it's my wedding. You're like, so I know wherever on the in charge list, I'm above him. That's all. So the Lady Olena just snorts and keeps working needlework for a moment. She goes,
I wink at Marjorie.
she says, I suppose the girl's here now. And I suppose if they spend the next 4 days scrubbing her clean, she mightn't reek of horse by the time the wedding proper rolls around. And I suppose if she does, which I'm certain she will, manage to still reek of horse by the time the wedding rolls around, we could keep her near the door somewhere that the breeze might waft away rather than towards our guests. It doesn't look like she eats much. That Damon. Sorry, go ahead.
her smell is not the most offensive thing about her, frankly. It's the things that she might say and do that are rather the problem.
And I suppose that Damon Sand is comely in a dangerous Dornish way. Has anyone checked him for poisons?
I arch a brow. Mrs.
I did,
Squire.
and he seems well stocked.
Yeah, we're definitely not going to run out. This is probably not the best room to joke about that in.
Yeah, I'm like, silence.
She just glares up at you all with the needle in her hand for a moment. And then she very pointedly makes like eye contact with Luke and reaches over and starts to poke Grandpa with it. And he's like, "Stop it!" And keeps her from doing so. And she goes, "This is all your fault, Makar. Every one of them."
Well, how is it his
I mean, you can't blame him for Elia.
like,
If it wasn't for you running off with that Dornish hussy and then her wedding to that Valerian, none of these four would be here, and there'd be no reason for Highgarden to be overrun with Dornish bastards without even a moment's notice.
You, Roland Storm is here, and he's a bastard.
But not a Dornish one.
We
She
only
said-
brought
Yeah.
two. We have more.
Highgarden has a 0 and then overran. There's only 2 settings.
Yeah.
I can't promise that she's going to behave herself and not cause any trouble, my lady. But she is here. And she's ours.
You're right. I blame my father. He should have let me run off with that Dornishman instead of marrying my great oaf. Willis, did you take them to see the cliff? Yes, grandmother, we all saw the cliff. He goes, rode right off it. Do you believe it? Didn't see that cliff.
She goes, "And I have an alibi."
And she just says,
Very tight.
she just says, it's a miracle. It's a miracle that Marjorie, Desmara, Willis, Garland, and Loris are all as decent as they are. Even if some of them are only nice to look at. And she makes a face at Loris. He's like, grandmother, I was defending our honor. And then she just, if our honor is threatened by a little Dornish bastard girl, our honor is as brittle as your ego.
Ooh.
Garland. And then she says, Garland. He says, yes, grandmother, he apologized. In front of everyone. In front of everyone, grandmother.
He did a fine job of it.
Oh, Garland. And she turns and looks at Reyna. I didn't notice that you'd shaved and grown something of a pair of teats.
She brought the tits into it.
I mean, it was only a matter of time, I guess.
Fine then. Loris, off you go. Stop sulking. It's not as pretty as you think. Garland, fine enough. Marjorie, Desmara, go to the baths, the ones with the girl in them, and go see to it that Elia is presentable before dinner. You know which baths she's taken to, and which ones the other Dornish bastard were dragged off to. You know this house, and I expect not to hear of you accidentally stumbling into the wrong one. Off you go. Until dinner. I know it's not long enough, but do what you can, girls. No one can manage it better than you two. And she gestures, and 4 of the 5 of her grandchildren by birth leave.
My ladies, I thank you in advance for helping her.
Marjorie gives a bit of a curtsy on the way out, and Desmara says, just thank us for trying. She did seem a biter.
Yes, best to keep the hands away from.
Oh, that's like she doesn't seem a biter. The only person that anyone
Yes,
biting anyone is Adam biting her.
but she didn't seem all like offended at the biting, so they're like she's used to like that's normal for her. So we're a little worried, but yeah, they take off, and then the Lady Elena looks to Willis and Reyna. So who's going to tap that silly boy with a sword?
Don't look at me.
And she's kind of open. She doesn't get an immediate answer, so she opens up her scornful, questioning look to basically all of you, because
Yeah.
Valena
He,
Toland can still have an opinion, but she's not a knight, but she's still gonna get glared at because she's with you, right? Like, and
Yeah, sure. Like Adam is just going to give out, well, don't look at me, I'm not qualified kind of face.
Luke will continue to volunteer of his body position and posture he has done this entire time.
My
It will
lady
be an
Elena.
honor.
Yes,
uh,
I'm sure you have your own thoughts on the matter, my lady.
oh no, matters of knighting are so very out of my reach. I am a humble dowry lady, or dowager. Is it dowager? Like a
Dowager.
dowager queen? Would it be like
Yeah.
dowager lady? I think for that. Oh no, I'm a humble dowager lady. All the complexities of knights are quite beyond me. I just want to hear who you're thinking of, Reyna and Willis. And Willis is like, I suggested Loris. And grandmother actually goes, well, that would have been funny, but he might hit the little bastard a little too hard, and it could turn into some silly boyish squabble. No. Mace would make the whole thing even more unbearable. Renly is strapping enough and easy on the eyes. It could be seen as an honor for the Lord of the Stormlands to do it. Him touching other man might piss off Loras too, and make ours like, oh, Lena.
Damon
Well-
is very pretty. uh, I believe that because of his bastard status, he would most benefit from being knighted by Lord Renly to give him that sort of cachet to help balance his his status in the west of Westeros outside of Dorne.
Also it may do some modicum of help for Stormlander Dornish relations.
Sir Balin clears his throat kind of nervously. A knighting is a thing that a young man only gets to go through once. Have we heard from young Damon who he would prefer? And out of character, like, not really. He would seem kind of just flabbergasted
Just
by
kind
the
of was
whole
like,
thing.
the first
said-
things out of his, the first thing he said was that he said something about like I would like to be knighted by a Dornishman, indicating my brother.
And Balin just gives a bit of a shrug.
Right, and that was his first gut response.
It was. I mean, he did say that he would be honoured by whomever you chose, but he did seem to have a preference for another
I mean,
Dorn.
I'm leaning towards that because Sir Lucaris is Sir Lucaris.
God's grace is not too terribly far from the out of character. I just forgot House Toland's.
Ghost Hill.
Ghost Hill.
Yeah, from Ghost Hill. Perhaps. Well, perhaps a knight should go and speak with him in earnest about who he'd like to see, but perhaps not a knight that he might prefer do the knighting. I could talk to him, but whoever it be, and here Balin nods towards Luke, like that's kind of Balin's assumption is that we were going to go with what the kid wanted. He goes, I would be proud to lend them Scorpion for the ceremony.
Oh.
I'm sure I think it would be an honor.
Well, Balin?
If that is, the Lady of Will would not mind the blade being used.
By all means.
It, like the knight that bears it, is sworn to her service, after all. But yes, perhaps I can go check in on Damon in the baths. Perhaps after a little while longer.
Yeah, I would wait a little.
But,
Yeah, give it 20 minutes.
Perhaps knock loudly.
Yeah, he gives a bit of
Step
a
loudly.
bit of a smile. But I could check with him and see how strongly he would prefer Sir Lucaris over some of the more highly placed options from elsewhere in the Seven Kingdoms. I could let you know before dinner. And here he kind of looks around like he's not sure who he's checking with. Like he's looking at Willis and at Reyna and at Bela and at Luke and at Elena and at Mako. Like he's just kind of like, not really sure who's going to give a green light versus a red light here. I'm checking in with everybody because this is,
You're a thoughtful man, Balin.
not an accusation leveled against second sons often. Present company excluded, he says with a bit of a playful wink at Adam, because you guys do kind of bring that up.
So who Adam and why?
That was Balin, because he was called thoughtful, and that's not the sort of thing that second sons don't often get praised for. Compassion and intellect. But then,
Although we are the ones who are most allowed to have it.
well then, I'm off to very slowly make my way towards the baths. And he kind of backs towards the door,
Look
and
at
then
this!
and then makes it away.
Just shake my head.
And then, as the door closes behind him, Olena just lets out a little grunt. He was better than that Connington and Hightower and that terrible uncle of yours. You did well. Enough. She grudgingly compliments Bela.
Yeah, like, heaven forbid that, like, there'd be an unambiguous compliment with no insults in it.
Well, the rest of you, how did things go before the awful affair that threw itself into our stables?
The hawking was very pleasant, my lady.
Pleasant countryside. Quite picturesque.
It's a joy to ride through.
And the people? Did you
Oh,
all-
always charming.
I meant you lot. Did you souse anything up?
What was? No, my lady.
I'm
I,
Not
it's
too
hard
bad,
for me to
I'm
keep
sure.
It's hard for me to keep a straight face with her sometimes. But she'll go, and the young lady Bulwer, did she express any interests?
Well, I think so that the young Robert Frey was quite gallant towards her, and she seemed to appreciate that attention.
What's he, a fifth son of a fifth son? I think that she could do better than some Frey.
Well, the half the battle is rather attracting the interest.
She has lands aplenty to attract interest. I suppose some Frey would be pliable enough. We're already going to be entangled in this Riverlands mess.
And
It's
And
not.
well, today's young Frey Squire may be tomorrow's landed knight.
Yeah, he's one of the few good ones from what I can see, Lady Elena. Not that that's an endorsement, but
Thank you for being such an impeccable judge of character, Lucaris.
you're most
You
welcome.
look. Tell me, Lady Velena, have you managed to keep him out of the whorehouses? And she just says, most of them, Lady Olena. We visit them
Yeah,
together, or not at all.
yeah, most of them.
And,
I can
and,
attest that the entire time that he was away from you, we did not frequent a pillow house once.
Don't
oh,
tell him that. It would have ruined my mystique.
says, oh, twice or more then. You only visited ones you liked. I'll not listen to one Dornishman speaking of the sexual virtue of another. But
Well,
fine,
excuse me.
I think I shan't. If you say he's a decent lad, then fine, he's a decent lad. But that that Edric Dane, I think, would be a better match.
Perhaps,
it's
but
in ladies.
Edric Dane is not interested in her.
yet.
I only speak up for Robert Frey because having seen the tree that apple grew from, he fell very far from it.
Very far. And then rolled down the hill.
So I think he got on a barge.
And then
Yes,
he sailed across the sea.
It was carried to Dorne by that absurd bear woman. Yes, but at least he is far from that grandfather of his. A great grandfather? Do you think Walder even knows?
Does anyone?
Oh.
Terrible man. Fine, fine. If those two are smiling at one another, I suppose it could be worse. But
They're young yet. I'm not sure. I mean, things change.
there's plenty of time, I suppose. Anything else salacious happen, or romantic, or of import to the realm?
A smirk at Lucaris. Since he and Valeda snuck away. That was silly.
Nothing of import to the realm. Later.
I was about to say the same thing.
Velena hooks her, kind of leans Luke's way in her chair and hooks her arm in his, and just kind of matters of internal Dornish politics. To which the Lady Olena rolls her eyes. I hope the goat isn't hurt. Fine, off the lot of you go. Try to keep Loris and your little bastard girl from killing one another this week. I leave
fair
it
enough.
to you.
She put it on us.
Yeah, I leave it to you.
Excellent.
Well, if that's then if since this appears to be the last opportunity I will have to say it, I feel I should say that I think allowing Elia to stay is a terrible idea that is going to lead to a lot of trouble. That she should probably be sent back to Sunspear, preferably in chains.
Yeah, but we're family.
Okay.
I would
We're
then
gonna trouble
appreciate.
together.
I would then appreciate if it was not, if the collective we was not used to describe me when saying that she's ours and we love her, because I find her intensely annoying and don't want to be in her presence.
I see.
He is the smart one.
I feel that it is my duty to warn all of you that she is going to cause a diplomatic incident before the week is out, and I do not want and I don't want to be held as one of the people responsible for it without voicing my objection.
We'll make sure the Maesters note your objection in the history books.
He and Elia are really, that's very bitter.
Well, you're not the
It
one
is.
that She's not the one that you're not the one she spends all her time needling.
True.
That's true.
In fairness, there is the hope that maybe this week it's such a target-rich environment that she might kind of leave Adam alone.
The thing is, like, targeting other people doesn't fix the problem.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
A
All
lucky
right.
grandfather.
He just lets out a gusty sigh and kind of scoots the letter back to you to keep or put somewhere or share to whoever you want to share it with. Well, I believe the crisis has been as averted as it can be, and I do not trust in our grandchildren being able to keep one skinny bastard girl and one overly proud young knight from killing or fucking one another.
I don't think that's going to be a danger with Loris and Elia.
See, you've already half solved the problem. Excellent work, Adam. So, do what you can. It would seem that my nephew is realistic about Elia's capacity for taking orders. Perhaps we might take that in mind while trying to keep an eye on her this week.
Don't give her orders. That's kind of my biggest. That was the biggest advice from Uncle Oberyn.
Indeed. I have every confidence in you, grandchildren, to see this mess through. If you could deliver a Vulture King in chains to the wall, overcome perfidy and betrayal in King's Landing, and weather the brewing troubles in the Riverlands, I am certain that, Lady Lance or not, one sand snake will not overpower you. Not this most blessed of weeks.
Your mouth, the seven ears.
Now, if everybody's done being dour, I believe there's a party going on for a wedding.
Indeed. We will see you all for dinner.
Grandfather, Lady Olenna.
Go bath, the lot of you. All days hawking. It's gross in here. Makey, the window. And just, so, as per normal, he goes and opens the golden rose on green stained glass stuff and gets a little bit of a breeze going through, and she goes back to her needlework, and the two of them are left in amiable silence as the rest of you are herded out into the hallway.
That could go worse.
Much worse.
Could have gone better.
I mean, we have gone through worse, so. But I feel in need of a bath. Don't ask that, totem for sale. That is not the correct question to be asking.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty bad.
So, with that, Velena will saucily tug on Luke's hand.
Right, bath.
Let's go find a bath that's empty or close to it.
We'll walk loudly in case there's a...
Not here!
One in there. She said empty.
Okay.
Or close to it.
Willis,
We'll
Willis,
You just have to rub it in, don't you?
Willis takes
Take
Raina's
your
hand and bends over it to give it a kiss. Says, "Off you go. I think that the Lady Olenna is keeping quite an eye on where I bathe this week, and you. So I'll.
It would
see
be
you for
improper
dinner."
before the wedding.
Fuck off, Luke!
He's about to go bang his betrothed in a bath.
That's the plan.
God, the hypocrisy in this family.
They're so mean.
So I will see you for dinner, beloved.
Yes.
And he kisses your hand a second time before slowly walking away, hand lingering on yours as he reluctantly turns and leaves. Which
Run
leaves
to
us
him.
here.
I can see why you're so taken with him.
It's hard not to be.
He's
I'm
a
gonna yell
smoothie.
from down the hallway. Run to him.
Fuck off, Luke.
Would you like me to join him, sister?
Ugh,
Here,
I am.
it's what?
I think that after dinner there should be games proposed by someone, not me. It's going to involve everyone, and then Lady Olenna will get annoyed and leave, and then
But-
I can escape into the gardens.
I mean, we could do that, but the thing is, games that involve everyone run the risk of Elia and Laura's competing.
That's
Ah.
conspiratorial thinking. I like it.
So we would also need to distract Loris or Elia. I mean, I'm certainly happy to work towards that.
That's a goal. Can you just let's try to make something like that happen?
I had planned to speak with Sir Loris later anyway, so
Like a variation on that theme would be most appreciated.
Get a bunch of like beefy squires to shirtlessly do squire stuff, and then be like, see if it distracts Loris.
well, I mean, the thing is, like, I'm also supposed to be helping, so we don't want me distracted too.
And
Right.
remember also that Luke had already left.
We-
Right.
You know, Robert, you know, like, we can't. He needs to interrupt.
That was just me interrupting. That wasn't Luke
It
yelling.
just needs to
in
be
the room.
involved.
Erica,
I was going to say that perhaps we could have a small Dornish competition of dragon pepper eating. And,
Will they have them here?
well, I'm sure we brought some with us, maybe? As. Maybe
you guys
not.
could have some.
I mean, you don't eat a lot because they're
'cause it
not
was-
going to eat a bunch.
Yeah. It was a fairly
Right.
large Dornish contingent that rode up.
Right.
They could have brought some, for their.
Could have enough
their own-
for a sampling to, get the standard reaction. And
Yeah, I think we might have dried or pickled ones somewhere.
Yeah.
So, falling back on the old Dornish standby of poison, we will pick up in 2 weeks' time. And it sounds like we might end up role-playing out some dinner or post-dinner stuff instead of skipping to the next day. We will see in 2 weeks. In the meantime, we are closing in on the wedding. We have 3 days worth of events still planned, with the hunt, a ride with the ladies, and perhaps a bit of riding Quintain and such prior to the wedding proper. So we'll be back in a couple weeks with some more of House Nymerian navigating the waters of the Reach, while politicking and romancing and bantering, and now doing a bit of troubleshooting and riding herd on Lady Lance, the notorious Elia Sand. So, see everybody in a couple of weeks.
Only good things could happen.
Yeah, every time. So, thanks for hanging out, everybody. And
Bye,
we will
y'all.
see you in a couple weeks, or Monday, Wednesday, Friday, where I'm on this channel playing some PC games. So, later, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. We hope
Bye,
you had a
Rich.
good time.
bye.
Good night.